Welcome to the stream, everyone. Glad you could be here. Oh my muffins, I apologize sincerely. I did not realize that I had typed on my muffins and not oh my muffins. That is my bad. That is my bad. I mean, I guess I kind of understand how I hit the N instead of the H, but yeah, good times. Anyway, well, welcome everyone, 360 Sniper. Glad you're here. Glad to have you all back for our first stream of the week. And it's gonna be a big one. So if you were here last week, you will kind of know what's coming. If you weren't here, then this is gonna be a huge slap to the face, I'm sure. So last week we were working on creating the mini bosses, right? And it didn't go so well. Ran into bug after bug, issue after issue, and I think we ended up spending, basically the entirety of Tuesday and Wednesday's streams. Yeah, so this is like 8 hours of streams that we spent trying to create this mini boss, and just kept running into so many bugs, so many errors that I was like, you know what? We're just gonna scrap this. We're gonna sorry, I'm gonna smack the microphone. We're gonna start from scratch, and we'll just, you know, we'll tackle the mini boss, you know, in its own stuff. I was trying to re-implement a bunch of the same, not re-implement, trying to reuse, to recycle a bunch of the systems that I had set up. Systems such as, if I pull this up here and we head over here to the main menu, systems such as I was trying to use like the card draw system, right? Because I'm like, I already have that set up. I should just be able to use that. Yeah, kept running into bugs with that. I was like, well, I should be able to reuse this HUD. Kept running into issues with that because the HUD was covering where I wanted the cards to draw, and so on and so forth. Just bug after bug. It was kind of a nightmare, and I was getting very discouraged by the end of Wednesday. So we kind of had a little bit of a discussion, talked about it, and with the last hour or so of the stream, I was like, you know what? We're going to scrap all of basically everything that we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm like, we're just going to scrap it. We're going to start fresh. And then that kind of led us into where we're going to be going from here. And this is where the slap in the face comes in if you weren't here last week. But Loki, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. How's your weekend been? So while talking about the mini boss and all that fun stuff, I was like, okay, a lot of the things for the mini boss I want to implement, but we can't because the monster HUD is in the wrong place. Having the cards show up here was just not great looking, and I was like, I just don't know how we're gonna make this work, how we're gonna make it look. I was trying to get just it was not good. It was not good. So we started floating around the idea of, do we need to overhaul the UI right now? Is that what we're needing? Is that what we need to do? And we kind of just, at the end of the day, we were like, you know what? I think that is what we need to do. I think we need to overhaul the UI. Because here's the problem with the UI. The UI, we've changed it a couple times, right? It has already been changed before. But it's still, so we changed it to accommodate for some of the changes that we made with the game. But then it was like, well, now we've made even more changes, and so we just kind of keep slapping band-aids on this UI, and we're like, well, let's see if we can get this to squeeze in here. Let's see if we can get this to work over here. And just, you know, after the past couple months of just like trying to band-aid the UI, I'm like, you know what? I think we just need to completely overhaul the UI and go from there. So with that, we're going to jump over here to the Trello board. As you can see here, we've got create new concept. I probably should have said create new UI concept, because we are going to be recreating the UI basically from the ground up, and we're hopefully going to make it look better. Loki says, pretty good. I ran the VPet manager on Friday while at work, so people were able to come in and take care of it. Closing in on the release and going to test run it on the dedicated channel. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I really enjoyed your trailer that you put up. I thought it worked super well. Looked very clean. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I love it. You're doing some great work, and yeah, I'm excited to see it. I wish I could have joined on Friday. Was a bit of a busy day on Friday. I think I ended up working almost 2 hours of overtime, so which sucks as a salaried employee to work couple hours of overtime, but it is what it is. So anyway, yes, so creating the new UI concept. Yes, we're going to be recreating the UI from the ground up, which I kind of already made the concept. So let me pull that up here. Oh, well, okay. This is what we currently have, right? For anyone who is unaware, this is what the game currently looks like, which is fantastic. But excuse me, the new UI concept that I am kind of thinking about going with is something, and again, this is a concept. Don't look at this and be like, ugh. Like, the whole point of this is to not have it look complete. This is just to be like, these are the rough general ideas of where things will be. So let's go over this really quick, and if anyone has any thoughts or opinions, we can kind of chat about those, and then we will get started. So first and foremost, the player card, the hero information is not going to change a whole lot. Like, if you look at this one compared to this one, pretty similar. You got your picture, your name, your HP, your XP, and then you've got your stats, your vitality, your dexterity, and your luck. So probably not a whole lot changing there. We could still shift things around a little bit, but that should stay basically the same. That one we haven't really touched a whole lot over the last few months. Like, we've adjusted a couple things here and there, aside from, okay, I shouldn't say we haven't done much with it. We did change it quite drastically, but it was for the better. So anyways, yes, that's not really going to be changing. The bag, your dice bag, that will also kind of not be changing a whole lot. It will slightly. And when I say slightly, well, as you can see, there's like a little tab thing up here. The reason for that is, and I don't know if we're going to be able to make this work necessarily. I'm hoping to be able to add maybe an extra row of dice, and then the idea would be kind of like how I have here. So you would basically start with, I don't know, anywhere from 2, maybe 3 rows in your dice bag. So your dice bag will only be so large. You can only hold like 9 dice. And then as you progress throughout the game, and you know, whether it's collecting gold or something like that, you will be able to upgrade your dice bag so you can hold more and more dice, right? So it gets larger and larger and larger. We'll see what happens. But then on top of that, on top of having your dice bag, there would be a button here to click between your dice bag and your inventory bag. Your inventory bag is going to be where, as you're going through the tomb, you will be able to collect ingredients, different items, things like that. So all of these are just ideas, so like slime balls, bone dust, bat wings, leather pelts, goblin fangs, those types of things. So it's things that you collect as you're killing monsters, as you're going throughout the dungeon. You are collecting these things, and you can only hold, you know, again, kind of like the dice bag, you know, you can only hold X amount of each item, and you can only hold X amount of items. So kind of like a weight system, but not really. Still trying to figure out exactly how we're going to go there. Fairwinkling, welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Glad you can make it. Glad you brought your twerking ducks. Always a good sight. So anyway, so yes, that's kind of the biggest change to the inventory slash your dice bag system, is you would have an actual dice bag that you could upgrade. That's not set in stone. We may just stick with the same thing we've got here, which is just every single dice slot is available. But I was like, maybe it could be something that you can work toward. Like a larger upgrade that you're working toward is a larger dice bag and then a larger inventory bag. So anyway, Fairwinkling says, I like the rough draft of the room. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, it is very rough, that is for sure. But yeah, it's just in case you weren't here, really quick rundown. Reminds me of the art in Faith. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't think I've ever heard of Faith. Is it like an old game, or a newer game that looks old? Kind of like mine. But yeah, so quick rough rundown. Last week was a rough week. We were trying to make the mini boss, and I just kept hitting my head into a brick wall, and it was not working. So we just scrapped everything that I had worked on Tuesday and Wednesday relating to the mini boss. And then in the last little bit, we decided the UI needs an overhaul, because it is not great, and it, again, just needs an overhaul. So that's kind of what we're doing. Is this was just a rough sketch that I put together of where we could put things for the new UI, and yeah, hopefully it'll all work out better. Loki says Mortis. Wait, is that like a sequel to Faith, or the prequel to Faith? Fairwinkling says it's from 2022. All right, so not old, but it's very minimal pixel art style mixed with some rotoscoping. All right, yeah, yes, that's kind of the same vibe that I'm kind of going with as well. Like, very minimal is the hope. I mean, at the end of the day, once I recreate the rooms, they will look pretty similar to these again. Like, once I get it all put together, it'll be the same style as all of this. It's just going to be a new layout. So it's going to maintain this same style, just in this new layout. So anyway, so this first person perspective, your viewport, that will not change hardly at all. That's going to stay basically the exact same. If I can reuse these same graphics in there, I probably will, just so that I don't have to recreate all of those. But some of the changes will be, and actually now that I'm thinking about it, because the way that I indicate if you can go down is this thing right here. I may have to not put monster name right there. We'll figure that out. Anyway, so one of the bigger changes is going to be the actual combat UI. So everything down here at the bottom. So I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so it's a little bit easier to see. So starting from left to right. So as you can see here, instead of having the buttons, so kind of like how we had, so if I go over here, that is POV. So if we go to the card section, buttons, yeah, there we go. So instead of having buttons like this, where it's like, oh, draw and attack, and it shows how much you've drawn and your attack and all that stuff, instead of having those, the idea is there will be a stack of cards, your deck of cards, that you are drawing from. And then we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but there is thoughts of having you building your own deck that you're playing. We'll see what happens, but there's thoughts of that. Anyway, so yeah, so you'll be drawing from your deck of cards instead of just clicking on a draw button. And then, your cards show up here. They kind of stack left to right, going towards the center. You'll have like a little spot right here which shows how much attack you're going to be doing. This is going to be roughly where the monster's HP bar will go. So you'll see how much health they've got left. Here in the center will be your draw amount versus the monster's draw amount. So 21 because you got an ace and a king versus 8 because they got a 5 and a 3. The next big change will be the monster is also drawing from a deck of cards. I'm trying to think of how I'm going to dumb it down to the point where, because like I don't want the monsters to ever be able to get a blackjack, and I don't want them to ever really get even like a 20 or a 19. Like I kind of want it to work the same way it is now, where it's like, their armor class basically will be anywhere from like 10 to 17, something like that. And so I will have to artificially make it so their draws don't ever let them draw super high, but I still want some monsters to be able to get like draw to the point where it could be a bit of a challenge, because I still want to save like the proper blackjack playing for the mini bosses. That's where I want that to be. So ultimately, when you enter into combat, when you walk into the room and there's a monster, they will draw their 2 cards face up, still, like the old one was, so you can see how much they've actually drawn, so you know how high you have to draw. Anyway, and then it'll show, how much their attack is, as opposed to like where yours is. It's on the opposite side. And yeah, so that is the new combat area concept is this. Hopefully it'll feel a lot more clean. It'll work better for the bosses, which again, ultimately, this is why we're doing the whole UI change, is because I want it to be able to feel good with the bosses. Because as of before, when I was trying to implement the mini boss, it just didn't fit into the UI. And the UI was very set in stone, and it's like, this is exactly where it goes and how it functions. So we just had to uproot the whole thing. So anyway, so that is the new combat concept for the UI. Moving over here is the new map. Now, I don't want you to be worried. I do not want you to think that suddenly the floors are now going to be a 4x4 grid. That is way too small. We're not going to do that. We are still going to be keeping the 6x10 that we currently have, but we are going to be changing it to where the map is going to shift around, so it will only show you your 4x4 grid, but it's going to be shifting around, and so like as you move higher up, like all of the blocks will shift down so they're actually in this viewport. So everything will still be there. It'll still be a 6x9 dungeon, but it'll just be showing in this viewport. So we may look into a different way on how to show the map, because if we can have it show in a slightly different way, which is necessary, like is basically storing the IDs of the maps with their specific variables, and then just showing a 4x4 layout of the map, we could potentially make the tomb floors even larger than 6x10. But for now, we're going to keep it with the 6x10, and it just moves the images around. It'll keep it simple, keep it nice, and yeah, that's the idea. And then after that, we would then have quests, which will be actual quests, because again, if you weren't here on Wednesday, we kind of decided we are going to have because you've got the gameplay inside the tomb. We're also going to have gameplay outside of the tomb. So there will be a... so this actually involves also changing the story. I am so sorry. If you weren't here on Wednesday, I think the boss mechanics just defeating me so horribly just like set my mind off, and I was like, we're changing a whole bunch of stuff, which should be for the good, but it is a lot of stuff we're changing. So the story of the game is changing quite a bit. So it is no longer, if I pull this up, it is no longer you are a mage who, you know, Versilius was the master of magic, taught a bunch of mages, tried to overthrow the king, almost got there, but was thwarted, got locked into a tomb, and all of his students were there, kidnapped the princess, and now you're going in to kidnap the princess. All of that is changing. So, well, not all of it. There's still Versilius. He is still a wizard, a magic wielder of sorts. Sorry about that. I really need to work on my hand movements when I'm doing crazy stuff like that to not hit my freaking microphone. Anyway, yes, so the idea is, yes, Versilius is still like the big bad. He is a magician, but he actually destroyed the kingdom. He took it over, but he was locked in to the kingdom. Still trying to decide exactly how that's going to happen. But anyway, so he takes over the kingdom, kills / takes out, like, possesses everyone inside the kingdom, and then is locked in there to keep the rest of the world safe. And basically the idea is there is a small town on the, just like on the outskirts of the kingdom that wasn't necessarily destroyed, but it is under constant threat because it is right next to this castle, this old destroyed kingdom now that is just swarming with, you know, possessed monsters that are being controlled by Versilius. And so under constant threat, most of the people left the town. There's a handful of people that are still there that are just wanting to, they're like, this is my home. This is where I was born and raised. I'm not leaving no matter what. And they're just staying there. And then, you are a adventurer, right? You, along with many, many others, know of the wealth that is still left inside the destroyed kingdom. And so, again, you, like many others, are heading to the kingdom to go in there, looking for treasure, and hoping you can make it out alive. But obviously, since the only town that is close enough is the one right next to the kingdom, that is where you stop off first. And that's where you kind of like meet the few people that are there. If you want to take part in the story, learn about their lives, you know, do things for them like quests and stuff like that, that is completely an option. If not, you can always just go straight into the tomb and you can explore, kill monsters, collect things, and all that fun stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of the general idea, is you are going there basically just to get treasure. Like you are a mage who is going out of their way to just go. You're like, you know what, this is where my fortune lies, is going through this castle, through this once great kingdom, and just taking everything that I possibly can and getting out. I feel like I explained it better on Wednesday. Maybe I should have probably written it down a little bit more. Anyway, but that is the rough concept of where the story is changing. So it is no longer the princess is kidnapped and you're going there to rescue her. It is now you are there on your own volition. You are there on your own quest, which is to get money, to get wealth. And if that's all you want to do, if you want to go in there and get your wealth, get your fame and fortune, and then leave, that's all you got to do. But if you want to talk to the townspeople, learn their stories, help them out, you know, assist them in whatever they need, and eventually learn what and why Versilius is, and help the townspeople by hopefully trying to destroy him, then that is something you can do as well. So anyway, I feel like I probably got most of the ideas out there. But anyway, so that was all the backstory for. There will be quests from the townspeople that you will be able to do in the tomb. So that way it's more than just, oh, go kill 20 monsters or go explore 50 rooms or something like that. That will be your goals. I also may change it to like tasks or something like that. So you'll have goals, which are, you know, things in the tomb that like you are personally doing, but then you've got your quests that will be from the townspeople. That will be other things like, I don't know, so-and-so's mother is sick and they're trying to do, you know, X, Y, and Z to make a potion, but they need these ingredients that were located in the, you know, the castle's storehouse. If you can get to floor 3, which is where the storehouse is located, please get these things from the storehouse. So that kind of stuff, hopefully. For now, we're going to focus on just redoing the UI, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. So if we end up deciding, you know what, maybe that's a little bit too much, we're going to go back and we're just going to scrap that. We're going to go back to the old story that was a bit more simple. We can always just get rid of this whole either the quests or the goals thing and just keep the quest system that we had before, and we can call that good. So yeah, so that is everything that we're going to be working on now. It is a lot, and so that means that we have so much to work on. So let's just let's get started. Let us get started. So yeah, so we got create new UI concept. I feel like it is probably where we want it to be. It feels fine. I think as far as all of the story elements that I can think of, and I don't know if we're really going to be adding many more. And so I think we should be good here. I hope. If not, we'll figure it out. But I think this should cover all of the different things that we want to do. You know, we'll probably still keep the exact same idea of, you know, there's a board that kind of pops up here in the center for your dex saving throws. This is where the trap puzzle UI stuff will be. So yeah, hopefully that'll get us to the right spot. Okay, well, let us get started. So let's do this. We're going to try to decide if we keep. The other thing I kind of want to do is here in the center. So if you see here on this one, everything's like in their own windows, right? I kind of want to only have the windows on the side and then have this feel more open, which is kind of what I'm doing here. So the idea is I kind of want to have this look more, because this was like version, I don't know, 6 or 7 of the dungeon design. But what I want to have it look like is, and I'm going to switch over to like my starting scene so you can see, this is kind of the design that I want to have for the dungeon. So yeah, so something like that. Actually, maybe here, just 2 seconds. Right, copy that, and paste a reference. There we go, something like that. Yeah, okay. So that's kind of what I want it to look like, right? So you've got like the, well, I can't really point to things with my mouse because that doesn't work. Anyway, but yeah, so like the sides of the walls where it's like you can actually like see like the wall is kind of how I want to have it be here, where it's like instead of just it going off into nothing and then just cutting off, you see kind of like the edges there. Is kind of what I'm wanting to have. So that is the general idea. Yeah, so let's just hide that and we will delete that. Okay, cool. I think probably what we're gonna do, because we are trying to just clean things up and make things look and feel better, is I think, what do we got? So we got old room layouts, old dice naming, that is the old dice, and the old cards, and then the old 2 cards. Okay, I think we can just delete all of these. I don't think we need any of these anymore. So let's just delete all of that. And we're gonna create a new folder, and we're gonna say old assets. General idea is we're gonna take all of these, all 418 images that we currently have, we're just gonna throw it all in there. Everything is in there. And then as we need things, we will pull it out. And yeah, that should make sure that we try and like kind of clean things up. Now, there are some things that we'll be able to come in here and, you know, things that we know we will need. Specifically, the cards. We know that we need the cards. Same thing with the attack animation. We will need that. Black cover. I think we need that. These buttons we're going to get rid of. The sigil, cursor. I actually think cursor is something that I need technically for a plugin that I have, and that's literally just like 1 pixel. So, death screen, decor 0, decor 1. We do want all of the decors. We're also going to need all the dice as well. So we do need those. U through U. And the dice highlight. All right. The dungeon UI, that is going to be... I mean, we will need it, but it's going to be the new one we need. So we'll just need to rename it to that. These buttons, we're probably going to redo. The exit UI text, we're going to redo. The faces, we do need those. The fog of war, we don't need those anymore. The hero bust images. I mean, we are going to replace those eventually, but we know that we're going to replace those, so. Excuse me. Inventory, intro keys. Oh man, this is all of the old freaking... So I started making an introduction, right? Basically like a tutorial on how to play the game. And yeah, it was not great. Oh, Super Zach, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. New stream thumbnail is awesome. Also, I just finished my second to last day of exam, so hopefully afterwards I can be present in more streams. That is fantastic. Hello, glad you are here. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna try and do is on Sundays, I'm gonna try and every week have, so basically the same thumbnails, but I want to have them slightly, like, I want to change it. So here, I'll show you what I mean. So if I pull up here, live stream thumbnails, pixel, yes. So this is where I store all of my thumbnail. Well, where I've tried to store all of my thumbnails. It's not all of them. There are some older ones, like say for example, for anyone that was here for live stream number 1, this was the thumbnail. Live stream number 2, and then tried to, you know, I was still trying to be like very eye-catching and poppy, and I'm like, come watch these dev streams, look at all this stuff, look at all this craziness. And then after a while I was like, this is not working well. And so I just decided to go with something more simple. Okay, it was working. I was just like, it's too time consuming to create a new thumbnail every single time. So then that's when I created this thing, which was basically just my way of being able to just change it every now and then to like kind of keep it interesting looking. Anyway, so yeah, so I'm gonna try. So each week it is going to be a different thumbnail from the week before. So like this would be the week before. The week before was dice, and then the next week is the cards, and then so that's the 3 thumbnails. And then on the next week it would be, you know, same general layout and idea, but then like I would change something about the dungeon, whether it's I change the decorations or something like that. So anyway, there's a random side tangent. Okay, so. Yes, so the intro text. I was creating a tutorial, trying to have it be like in-game tutorial, kind of like in-story tutorial. So yeah, so awaken hero, your quest remains unfinished. Death is not your end, and I shall restore your life. The black mage Versilius has kidnapped the heir to the throne and has taken them to his tomb. In your past life, you were the king's most trusted general and tasked with saving the heir. Things have gone awry in the tomb, but that's why I'm here. I will ensure that even death cannot stop you. Do you remember your name, or perhaps your previous form? Yeah, general idea of the original, well, not even the original idea. Basically, like, I don't know how many reworks it was. But the idea was you were going through the tomb, and every single time you died, you had to recreate your character, but you got to keep a handful of items or some type of stat, right? And so like you were recreating your character every single time, but you were still progressing because you were keeping aspects of your former self. And this is kind of where the character creation screen that we had for so long was. Yes, the tomb of Versilius is filled with many dangers. Come, I will introduce you with your new vessel. Versilius' tomb is a winding labyrinth. Use the arrow keys and yeah. So it was basically just showing you how to play the game. So we don't need that anymore. We do not need that at all. All right, the level nodes, we don't need that. We don't need all these highlights, the level select doors. We're probably going to replace those, but we'll see what happens. Level select 2. Okay, so that's all of that stuff. The doors, level select hover, level select tooltips. That is the old level up screen. We're going to be replacing that. Logo, we will probably keep that. I don't know. It's my logo, but pixelated. It's good times. All right, level up screen. So we do have the main menu though. So the main menu, we are going to keep all of these things because that is something we literally just created. So Versilius, main menu options. We don't need that. Yeah, we should be good there. Lazarla? Am I saying that right? Lazarla. I hope so. 980. Welcome to the stream. Glad you are here. We are working on an old school dungeon crawling RPG. If you are interested in watching and following along, and yeah, it's a good time. Yep, you're right. Oh, fantastic. Whew. Yeah, I am terrible with names. I am so bad, and yeah, basically everyone here in chat can confirm that I struggle with pronouncing people's names. So I'm glad that I got it right though. But yeah, so we're actually, I hope that it's not going to be too terrible of a stream for you to first join on. But yeah, we're making an old school dungeon crawler, but we are basically needing to rebuild the UI from the ground up. So this is kind of what we had before. It was fully functional. You could walk through the tomb and through the dungeon and all that fun stuff and fight monsters and collect dice and all that fun stuff. But it just wasn't quite working right. And so we're needing to redesign the entire UI. Yeah, so I'm going through and just picking out everything that we used to have that we don't technically need anymore. And yeah. Uh-oh. Oh man, did it play a freaking ad? Sorry about that. I made an oopsie, I guess I could say. I, like 2 weeks ago, because I hit 50 followers, I was given the opportunity to become a Twitch partner, a Twitch affiliate, whatever it is. So, you know, I could have subscribers and run ads and things like that. And so I didn't read the fine print, and I was like, hey, what if I just, because I'm like, that's fantastic. I would absolutely love to be able to like start making money, you know, if people want to subscribe or whatever. I'm like, that'd be fantastic. And so I was just like, well, that's all right, you know, because it's like, you know, when I first signed up, it was like, oh, set up ads. And I was like, yeah, I'll probably turn them off later, but like, whatever. Yeah. Little did I know, because I didn't read the fine print, is if you are a Twitch affiliate, you have to run ads. Like, there's no way to get around it. You either have to run pre-roll ads, so when someone first clicks on the stream, they have to watch 30 seconds of ads, or you can run ads throughout the video. So yeah, so I have set it to the least amount of ads possible without having pre-roll ads, which I think is like a 30-second ad break every like 30 minutes or something like that, which is just super frustrating. But if I set them to even further apart than that, then it starts playing pre-roll ads. And I'm like, I do not want to have pre-roll ads and have like during stream ads. So anyway, so I apologize for the ads. I should have read the fine print more. Yes, so sorry about that. Anyway, welcome back. Glad you are here. Yes, so I don't know where it dropped off, but anyway, yeah, so we had basically the whole game working and everything was great, but the dungeon UI was just not conducive for continuing to expand, and it was just kind of getting a little clunky and not great. So anyway, so we are going to be working tonight recreating basically this, but in its new layout, which is this. So a few changes here and there. Some of the bigger changes are happening down here in the bottom part of the UI and the map section, but yeah, should be good. Lazarla says, I love the layout. It reminds me of those old text adventure games. I appreciate that. That is the exact vibe and feel we are going for. So yeah, so I'm wanting to try and keep it feeling like it is, you know, like a mid like a mid 1990s RPG type game is the vibe that we're going for here. So hopefully we can recapture that. So yeah, so I try and stick as close to, you know, obviously aside from having a 16:9 aspect ratio, aside from the like 4:3 that monitors used to have back in the 90s. Aside from that, trying to keep everything as, you know, we're working in like a 320 by 180 pixel, you know, constriction, and trying to keep the color palette simple. So like if I've got my color palette here, and I try not to go anywhere outside of this very basic color palette, you know, no transparencies, no any of that. So yeah, trying to recreate that vibe as best as possible. Lazarla says, you're doing a great job then. Feels right on the money. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it is a bit of extra work to try and get it to look and feel just right, but you know, it's the vibe that I want to go for, and it seems like it's the vibe that most anyone who has commented on the game, they say that that's the vibe they absolutely love as well. So yeah, that's the vibe I'm trying to go for and trying to recreate, and hopefully it'll go well. So anyway, so this is the old pictures folder, so I'm trying to clear out anything and everything that we don't need. And then we're going to recreate everything else. So the traps, we do want those. Transitions, we do want those. Let's cut those, put those back over here. Old assets. Let's see, we don't need any of that. Saving throw, we'll probably keep the saving throw because that just works. The safe room we will be replacing. For now, we can put it back. Empty room, room exit. And then I hope the goal is to be able to use the room images that we currently have, just so they don't have to recreate all of those. We'll see what happens, but that is the hope and the goal. Monsters we can reuse. Okay. I think that should be everything. So we should be able to get rid of, yeah, about 143 images. Fingers crossed. Small but rock solid. Welcome, welcome. Glad you are here. I feel like it has been a minute. Welcome back. Glad you're here. Have a seat. Welcome. What's up? How's the game? It's going. It is going. It's coming along. We kind of hit a roadblock in last week's streams, and yeah, we're basically going to be going back to the drawing board on the UI. So this is kind of where we were at with the UI, which was working great. Well, last week we were trying to create some mini bosses, and it didn't go well. The UI was not conducive to creating the mini bosses in the way that I wanted to create them, and so we're basically going to be recreating the UI in such a way that it will make it conducive. So I'm hoping that it shouldn't take much more than tonight to recreate all of that, and then we can kind of hit the ground running again. But yeah, it's coming along. Honestly, we've made tons of progress in the last few weeks, and yeah, it's I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's coming along nicely. I will say that. Loki says, I would be so wary of deleting things before double, tripping, and quadruple checking it if it's needed. Yes, 100%. I agree with you, which is why I, instead of deleting, I'm just going to have this folder here called Old Assets. So basically the way the RPG Maker works is, so you've got all your folders, right? So you got pictures, characters, faces, tile sets, all of that fun stuff. So if you go inside of the pictures folder, it has to be in this folder specifically. If there's any child folders within that folder, RPG Maker cannot recognize them at all. So by putting them in this folder, it technically takes them out of the game, but we can literally just, like if I were to, like if we needed blackcover.png, if we needed this image, I could just move it out to here and we'd be good to go. So yeah, 100%. And I do have multiple backups in other places. I've got one on another hard drive, on another SSD, and on a flash drive. So I'm like, I do not want to ever lose progress like I have in the past. So yes, 100%. Yes, I do get that. And yeah, that is a good point. So yes, 100% Loki. I literally have chunks of code that have been commented out for a while, and no, they aren't needed because they were test code, but I still wary on removing them. I am the exact same way. So actually, if we come over here, so in the game right now, we have like 4 scenes, I believe. So we have the tomb scene, right? Which is the actual gameplay of it. You've got the main menu, which is, you know, the main menu. And then we have the safe room. And then, you know, we have the transition room, such as like death, which, you know, takes care of a bunch of stuff. The dungeon to level select and the level select to dungeon scenes. So we technically only have those scenes, but I'm still holding on to intro map, test dungeon, level select screen, random dungeon gen test. So yeah, I am also one that I'm like, I do not want to delete anything. It scares the crap out of me. But yeah, after a while I do delete things, but yeah, I'm 100% in that exact same headspace. Lazarla says, this is probably a bad thing, but I always keep my old files just in a backup folder. I don't know, might make bloat. Hey, if you've got the space for it, there is nothing wrong with having 2, 3, 4, or a dozen backups of things. I do the exact same thing. I have so many files, like duplicates of files, across so many different hard drives that I'm just like, I know I can delete these things, but what if I accidentally delete the only one? Yeah, so not good, but it is what it is. Small but Rock Solid says, I'm wondering if when I go back to creating my RPG game, if I should go back to RPG Maker or try Unity. Can't I use RMMZ within Unity? So MZ doesn't work in Unity. There is a new engine called RPG Maker Unite, and that one is in Unity. So if I come over here and I try, there we go. I pull up Steam. RPG Maker. Where is it? Unite. What the crap? I literally just got it. Well, I don't know where it went. I bought it in a Humble Bundle like last week. It's gonna be really sad if they took it away for some reason. I hope they didn't. Anyway, yeah, so RPG Maker Unite is like their newest engine that works within Unity. So if you want to use Unity but also kind of want to stick with like the RPG Maker engine, then you might want to look into that, see if you can get Unite. I think there is still the Humble Bundle going on for that. Let's see, Humble Bundle RPG Maker. Let's see. And I never navigate Humble Bundle on its own. I'm always just clicking on the emails that I get, so I don't really know. There we go. RPG Maker. This one comes with, yes, it should be this one. Okay, let me pull this up over here. Go. So yeah, so there's currently a Humble Bundle, so it's for I think $25. You get all of this, so the bundle of 18. Yes, so for $25, you get 18 items. So you get RPG Maker MV, you get a bunch of assets and plugins and stuff like that, and then you get RPG Maker Unite. That's right, it's on the Epic Store. You get a key for the Epic Store for RPG Maker Unite. That is why I couldn't find it. Anyway, yeah, so you can get RPG Maker Unite if you, you know, you go, hey, it's $100 for just RPG Maker Unite. So if you feel like you would want to use it, then might not be a bad idea to go buy this Humble Bundle, you know, have it be for a good cause, and then also get MV, you get Unite, you get Pixel Game Maker MV, RPG Maker VX Ace. So anyway, that's if you wanted to give it a shot, might be a good way to go about that. Let's see. Loki says, I also shared some of my latest work for later. Very nice. Lazarla, I started out with RPG Maker MZ. Very interesting engine. Its events are amazing for a beginner. Really helped me learn how to think like a programmer. Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously I can speak to this because I'm still using RPG Maker MV. But yeah, if you are wanting to start and learn and be fresh, I would 100% recommend using one of the later RPG Maker engines. So whether it's MV, MZ, or Unite, well, I guess I can't really recommend Unite because I've never used it, but then MZ is just like the upgraded version of MV. They just, you know, ramped it up to 100 with that. But yeah, so I would recommend something like that, especially if you are still like trying to learn and figure things out. RPG Maker is a great series to start with. Loki says, my VPET manager has at least 4 separate builds in Godot, each with differences due to what I wanted to do at the time. And that is totally fine. So long as you have clearly marked which ones are old backups and which ones are newer backups. I've made the mistake a few times where I thought that I was backing up the latest version, but I was backing up an older version. And then the one time that I felt confident, I was like, well, I've got backups. I'm just gonna delete these versions. And I ended up deleting the latest version that had about an extra 2 days of work on it because I thought it was the current one that I had backed up, but it was an older backup that I had backed up and then deleted the current one. It was not good. So yeah, make sure you name your backups so you know what is what, and then you'll be in a good spot. Small but rock solid. But then I'd lose all the Visual Stella mods, right? If I migrated, I imagine. If you migrate to Unite, I believe you will lose everything. Yes, as far as plugins go, like mods and plugins and things like that. Yeah. Lazarla says, I moved to Game Maker a few games ago. I feel like RPG Maker was the stepping stone I needed. A few years ago, I wanted to make my first game, so I chose Unity as someone who's only used Scratch in 5th grade. It didn't go well. Yeah, Unity and Unreal Engine are a whole different ball game. They are absolutely insane and not... If you are trying to learn, I would not recommend jumping into one of those. They are absolutely crazy. You can do a lot with them, but for a lot of people that I know, that I've talked to, that have told me what their hopes and their dreams are for making a game, do not use Unity and do not use Unreal Engine. Most people want to make very simple games, which if you are a solo indie dev, I would 100% recommend making a simple game. Do not think you're going to recreate, you know, Call of Duty or Fortnite or create the next League of Legends or something like that. Like, as a solo indie dev, it can happen. It 100% can. I'm not saying that it can't. You could create that next big, huge game. But most people want to create something basic, something simple, something interesting, and you can 100% do that in so many more basic engines where, yes, they have a lot of features and things like that stripped out, but they do that so that it's easier to understand, it's easier to get your feet wet, it's easier to get started. And yeah, most people, like, you're not going to need all of the tools that Unreal Engine and Unity offer. Unless you're creating some bigger, more grand game, or if you're wanting to create something in 3D, then sure, go for it. But if you're not, stick with something a little bit more simple. Stick with something that does 2D, top-down, or, you know, something like that. You're gonna have a much better time. And then if eventually you've made a few of your games, you've gotten some ideas out there, then maybe switching over could be a good thing. But sticking with something a little bit more simple could probably be the better way to go. Also, I apologize. I don't know. So I am pretty allergic to cats. Like, if I touch a cat, I have to go wash my hands immediately after, or else my skin starts to itch. If I get hair on my face from a cat, my nose itches, my eyes itch. Not a good time. My wife had a cat before we met, and so obviously when we got married, I'm not gonna be like, hey, get rid of the cat. So we'll still have the cat. And I don't know why, but she was kind of being a little bit of a terror before I came down here. So I tried to calm her, comfort her, I petted her, and I think I got some of her hair on my face, and so now my nose is all itchy. So I apologize for me constantly having to scratch my face tonight. Hopefully it'll go away in the next like hour or so, but yeah, it's good times. Man, let's see what else we got. Lazarla says, just check the RPG Maker Discord server, and here's the last message, last message, I got it right the first time, on Unite help chat. Excuse me. Hi, you're probably here to ask for help with Unite. We're telling you to not use Unite. An explanation of this would be a long time, and if you're not satisfied with what's demonstrated above in the text chat, then this video may help as a visual and demonstrational aid. Do not get Unite. Damn. Well, that's that's a good time. I'm gonna have to look into that later, because I thought Unite was kind of going to be like the next big thing for RPG Maker, so yeesh. Barrington says if you're not using GitHub for versioning and backing up files, I would highly recommend it. It's free and great. That is true. GitHub is absolutely fantastic. I have not used it for a while, not since doing like my web design stuff a few years back. I have thought about maybe trying to use it for RPG Maker. I don't know how well it would work, but I'm sure it could work just fine. So yeah, I might need to give that a shot, because yeah, my manual backups, while they work and I have a system down, it would be a lot nicer to just be able to like push everything to the cloud.
Thanks for the follow, Robbie120967.
Oh my goodness, Robbie120967. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Hello. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. We're having a grand old time just chatting about game dev and all that fun stuff. Small but Rock Solid says, true, even a simple game for solo is a lot of work. It really is. When I started making this game, I did not think that I would still be working on it months later. I decided to make this game because I was like, this is going to be super simple. It's going to be maybe like a month, maybe a month and a half, and we'll call it good. And it has kind of grown and evolved past where I ever thought it would be. And for better or worse, I'm still working on it, and I'm going to keep working on it until it's done. But for now, it's where we're at. It's what we're working on. So Lazarlo says, I thought it sounded familiar. That message has been there since before I joined. Oh, well. And it still hasn't changed, huh? That's not good. And then Robbie, of course, hello, welcome. Glad you are here. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are working on stuff. I just I get distracted with chatting. It's a blast to sit here and chat with everybody. So I apologize for anyone who's not chatting and wanting to actually watch stuff get done. I apologize. It's just a ton of fun to chat. Look says, don't know if you caught my reminder to get your free fab assets. Yes, oh, holy crap. I saw you say that, and then I completely forgot to mention it. Yes, I need to jump in there and grab the free assets, because, yeah, it's very nice to have some free stuff every now and then. I am a sucker for free stuff. So, okay, cool. Well, let us start working on this, because we're gonna need to. So yeah. All right, so first things first, let us do this. We're gonna grab the color palette, just so I have it over here, and we're going to make it smaller. It's neighbor, top left corner, we're gonna go with 25%. All right, there's our color palette. Fantastic. I don't think we're gonna change that. I'm pretty happy with the color palette. We're gonna stick with that. It keeps things simple, right? It makes it so that I don't go way overboard on colors, and it just helps me stay locked in with the colors that we've got. Lazarla says, I've only made one finished RPG Maker game, and it was for a jam. Very nice. Yeah, it's honestly, just saying you've been able to finish anything is a huge step above what most people can say, I feel like. Even myself, like I've barely finished any, like, if you were to, you know, if you were to, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. If you were to look at the percentage of the projects that I've finished versus projects that I have started, it would probably be less than 1%. Way less than that, because yeah, I just, it's not good. Not good. Nah, dude, decrease it with bilinear, then save. You won't regret it. Reduce the size of my color palette with bilinear. I mean, if I do it with bilinear, then it gets all like that. I don't want that. I want it to look all pixely and precise. That's the vibe I'm going for. Oh, All right, here's another thing that you're gonna have to learn. I would say 99 times out of 100, your joke, right? This is your joke right here, is gonna go like this. Straight over my head. The amount of times, and people over on YouTube can probably confirm this, the amount of times that I have been like talking to someone and they'll say something and I will take it seriously and go on like this rant about it, and they're like, I was joking. I was joking. Like, it's okay. I was joking. I don't know why. So many times it just straight over my head. Yeah. Sometimes I'll catch it. That one time out of 99, I'll catch it. But then every other time, I just take things too literally, and then I'm like, well, I wouldn't want to do that. I got it. And then it's like, no. Joking. Okay. All right. Well, here we go. Let us get started. So first things first, we need to, let's do new layout. So I'm going to put everything in this folder here so that we can kind of have a good idea of what is not. So everything over here. So let's do that. Let's get the color palette out of there. Color palette up there. So the new group, this is going to be the concept. There we go. That way we can show it, hide it, whatever you need to do. So new layout. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do POV. Now the POV, the POV I actually want it to be square. So POV is going to be something like that. So let's just do, what do I have here for that? Even darker. All right. Fair enough. And then on here, is it 2? Yeah, okay, all right, so it's just 1. So let's get rid of this top pixel layer and this bottom pixel layer. Which I guess would also mean we need to get rid of, let's switch over these guys. Let's get rid of that and that. Maintain its squareness. All right, there we go. That's 1 pixel. We're not going to make anything too fancy because we're just going to get the general shapes of things going on here. We do this here to this corner. Delete that. Okay. So this section here is going to be the POV / card area section. That's what's going to be there. Let's come in over here. I wonder, we open up, let's just grab room 3. And going to resize down to 25%. We copy that and put that over here. Okay, so this could actually fit perfectly in here already. Fantastic. Well, then we're going to just keep these room images. We might rework them a little bit later, but for now we're going to keep them like that. That'll be good. So that means we've got all sorts of room down here for the card section that we just do not need. Which is probably going to be fine, because I do worry about the height of the cards actually working here. Yeah, so that'll probably be for the best. Okay, so let's do you. Let's just kind of get that same vibe we had with the other one, just in a new, slightly new layout. It's the POV. Let's keep that there, because eventually we will, because like I was saying, I kind of want to get rid of this box in the center so that we're not working with having this all sectioned off. We're just going to have the boxes on the side. But this will allow me to kind of have a rough idea of knowing how much room we have here for the side elements. Let's create a new folder. This one's going to be left side. And we've got center, spelled with a C, not an S. Room And this will be border for now. And then not layer, new folder. This is going to be right side. Go. Okay, so on the left side, we need, I think the most important thing for us to get the shape and size of is the dice. So let's come over here. Let's get this dice. Robbie says, why can't every streamer be like you, man? Some are really rude. Oh, well, I don't know. I actually have not really watched many streamers. Like, I've got a few that I watch. None of them developers. You know, it's mostly, like, I don't know if you've ever watched Spoon Kid, but I do like watching Spoon Kid stream. I guess that's not true. I have watched Pirate Software a few times. I think the issue with Pirate Software, at least the issue that I've noticed that a lot of other people seem to also have issue with, is there comes a time when a streamer will just get so big that it's not feasible for them to interact with their audience anymore. And while I'm not saying I'm not saying that I don't ever want that to happen for me. Like, I would absolutely love to get to the point where I could make this my full-time job, right? But I do absolutely love the size that our community is right now, where we can talk, we can interact, we can have these conversations, we can go back and forth. I absolutely love it. So yeah, so I'm going to say this. As far as I can understand it, there are a lot of good streamers out there who just don't talk back and forth with their audience because they can't feasibly. But then, yes, there are 100% those streamers out there that are just extremely rude. And I'm just like, why are you streaming if you don't want to interact with people? It's like, what's the point? Like, and so, yeah, I don't really get that, but I absolutely love interacting with people. So, yeah, I am glad you're here, Robbie. I'll sub. Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to do that. I'm not going to say no, because again, like, if it ever came to the point where I could make this my full-time job, like, I'd absolutely appreciate it. But I'm not going to say you have to. Just following is, honestly, it means so much to me for anyone that follows. Just knowing that I have people that want to come back, that want to know when I'm live, that honestly means the world to me. So yeah, even the follow, I absolutely appreciate it. So thank you. Lazarla says, the story for my current game is all done for once, but the gameplay feels disjointed in concept. It feels weird. Usually it's the other way around. And that can, I do know how that can feel and how that goes and it sucks because when that happens, I feel like after a while you kind of learn how to account for, you know, the story feeling disjointed. Because, you know, if that happens all the time, you kind of just start to learn how to deal with that and work with it. And yeah, but then when it swaps and you're like, I'm now out of my element because I don't know how to, you know, fix this aspect of it, gonna absolutely suck. But so if the gameplay feels disjointed, I would probably say the first thing you should do. Oh my goodness gracious, 300 bits. Robbie, you really did not have to do that, but I absolutely appreciate that. Thank you so much. Holy smokes, you are my first bidder. Bitter? You're my first bidder. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. What the? And another 200? Robbie, you are an absolute legend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Holy smokes. Yeah. Whew. Wow, I am all sorts of just, whew, it's raining bits. It absolutely is 100% raining bits. Yeah, thank you. Again, you are the first person to ever given any bits, so I don't know what to say other than just thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It won't let me subscribe for 1 month. Oh, really? That's weird. I don't know. I don't know. I've had a couple people subscribe. I don't, is he giving like an error message or anything like that? I was going through and changing some things today, and so I hope that I didn't break anything while I was trying to adjust some things with the ads. Hopefully. Yeah, if it's giving you an error or anything like that, let me know. We'll look into it and see what might be going on. But yeah, Lazarla, like I was saying, so yeah, if the gameplay feels disjointed, I think probably the first thing that I would do is try and identify, like, oh man, this is hard, mostly because I don't know what kind of game you're making or like what kind of gameplay it necessarily is. And so I guess maybe what we should do first, before I try and give you subscribe you something to hopefully fix it, what kind of gameplay is it that you've got in your game right now? I can explain it if that's all right. That is totally fine. Something about this community is we are all here for each other, and we all take part in talking about each other's games. And so, yeah, don't ever feel like you can't talk about your project, the thing you're working on. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a game. We've got people in here who are music producers. We've got pixel artists, programmers. So yeah, if you ever want to talk about your game at all, always feel free to chat about it. And yeah, we will talk about it. Oh my goodness! Robbie, you're going crazy. Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate that. Gifted a 1-month tier 1 for Lazarla. My goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So it lets you gift a tier 1, but it's not letting you subscribe to a tier 1? That's kind of bizarre. And Robbie, you are absolutely incredible. Thank you. I feel like I keep looking over at your name instead of looking at you directly in the camera. So this is me looking directly in the camera at you, Robbie. Thank you so much. You are absolutely fantastic. But it won't let you subscribe. That is very bizarre. Huh. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I don't know what would be going on. Yeah, I don't know. That is bizarre. Because yeah, I think, yeah, Ferocity91 subscribed 2 days ago. I don't know. I might have to look into that later. I don't know. The whole Twitch thing, very new to me. I honestly went into all of this just with the intention of just like, I'm just gonna live stream and that's all I'm gonna be doing. So I never really looked into and learned how to get things to work. So I don't know. That's bizarre. Yeah, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You honestly did not have to do any of that, so I appreciate that you did. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm blown away. So I am at a loss for words. You've rendered me speechless, Robbie. Thank you. All right. Okay, so here we go. Let's keep doing this. So I'm trying to decide what's going to be best. Because we could squish these together a little bit more. And if we did that, it's not really going to allow us to fit more on the horizontal plane, right? So even if we push those all the way up against there, we copy and paste that, that is still going over on that side. Well, that sucks. We could make the room slightly smaller. I don't know if I want to do that, though. I don't know if I want to do that. I also feel like 4 wide is just a little bit too much, you know? I think I prefer the 3 wide. I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go with the 3 wide. Lazarla says, so it's like a diner dash type game. I like it, where you take control. Hold up. Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. I was trying to figure out like a green $ button popped up, and I was like, is there something weird going on? Maybe it's trying to tell me that like someone's trying to subscribe, but it's not letting it. But no, it's literally just saying, hey, do you want to run a 60-second ad? And I'm like, no, I'd rather not right now. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for that. Anyway. Okay, so you run a Diner Dash type game where you take control of one of the robots on the floor to do tasks. The original idea was to have a few robots doing jobs, but they can't do work fast enough on their own, so they need help, outside help. The player will go around the restaurant, filling up quota bars, making sure the place is running smoothly. I like that. So you're kind of taking that, like the Diner Dash idea, but swapping it up a bit to where you are... So you're not playing yourself, you're kind of like taking over the robot and like controlling the robot that's doing the jobs instead. Okay, I kind of like that. I think that sounds like a fun concept. Just to clarify, I can clarify more if you want anything else. The problems are coming in with the mini games and flow. Okay, so the flow issue that you're experiencing right now is specifically to when you switch from robot to robot, which is essentially you switching job to job. Is that right? I'll give you a second to respond. Sometimes I'll like ask a question and then I'll just be like sitting watching chat, and it's like I should probably be doing other things, and then I'll let you respond, and then I'll respond to your response. If there are other robots doing jobs, do they also move around the place? What's the layout? So many questions. It is kind of difficult to, trust me, I 100% understand that. It is very difficult to explain a game that you're making in, freaking 2 to 3 paragraphs. 100%. But yeah, so from what I'm imagining in my head, which is kind of what I asked, which is, so the robots are doing the jobs, but they're doing them slowly, and so you have to step in and help them, and that's kind of where like the mini games come into play, right? So I guess ultimately the question would be, when you are building these mini games out, do you reuse any of the designs or anything like that from the previous mini games? Not necessarily you're like copying and pasting and like having them be the exact same, just tweaking them slightly, but does it have the same feel to all of the different mini games? Because you can have different mechanics but have the same feel, and that's where you want to find that good middle ground of like it's a different mini game but it has the same feel of all the other mini games. So not necessarily saying copy paste, but just like you want to make sure that it doesn't feel like it was created by an entirely different person when it comes to the look and the feel. And so something you could do, it might be helpful, maybe. So it has this with more than just this, but my specific example is with like web design specifically. There's usually a design doc that is created that has specific, you use these fonts, you use these colors, you use, X, Y, and Z, and it has a very specific, like, here are the things that you do, here are the things you do not do. And if you have a design doc, and you can apply this to the mini games as well, maybe kind of thinking very broad with a design doc in mind and being like, these are the things you do in the mini games, these are the things you do not do in the mini games. This is specifically for you, not the player. But yeah, specifically being like, when I'm designing a mini game, these are the things that I will have in there, and these are the things that I will not have in there. And you kind of like create this scope where you're like, this is exactly what has to be in the minigame and what should not be in the minigame. Otherwise, it's going to feel completely different. And maybe, so long as you don't make it too broad, but also not so fine-tuned that, again, it feels like you're just copying and pasting, it could help make it feel a little bit less disjointed when you are creating the other minigames. If you have that design doc of you're like, these are the types of things that we can make minigames out of. It's a rough suggestion, may not be the best one, but that's kind of like the first thing that comes to my mind right now as far as suggestions. Loki says, this may sound crazy, but have you had someone play it and give feedback? Sometimes you are way more critical than others. That is a absolutely fantastic idea. Lazarla, is there anyone that you could have test it for you? Because there's a good chance that what you are seeing and what you are feeling is not necessarily disjointed. Maybe it just feels disjointed to you because you're expecting it to be one way or the other. But then if someone else comes in, maybe they'll be like, oh no, this feels great. Or they could point out something that may click in your head and you'll be like, that is why it feels disjointed. That's what I need to fix. I don't have much of a build yet, just walking around and one of the games. Most of this is with concepts. I have ideas for all the mini games. Could you let me know if they work all right together? Yeah, absolutely. I do a GDD, but it's pretty bare at the moment, aside from story. It's mostly disjointed because I can't figure out a direction to go. Nothing feels right. And it's kind of the struggle with game dev, honestly, like for everyone. The amount of times that I have started creating something and just had to give up because I was like, oh, it's too disjointed. It doesn't feel quite right. I cannot count the amount of times that I've had this happen before. Like, I know this is going to be like a random side tangent, and we're going to go on this side tangent, but I promise we're going to get back to the designs. So I'm just going to pull up a couple things, right? Let's see. What's probably one of the bigger ones? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out which ones would be like a good example. Maybe Planetary Conquest. I feel like I've shown this on stream before. So Planetary Conquest is another game that I started making, and it got to the point where like a few things just started feeling a little bit too disjointed. I wasn't sure how to fix it or where to go, and so I just scrapped it. Do I want to eventually come back to it? Yes. But sometimes with a project, you just need to take a step away. Like if you are not feeling like you are enjoying what you're making, if you're like, this isn't exactly what I want to do, sometimes stepping away, keeping the idea in your head, but stepping away, working on something else, focusing on something else for a little bit, and then coming back later can be huge. So like, say for example, you know, with this game, with Planetary Conquest, it was basically it was a planetary conquering game, right? So hit play, and yeah, the basic idea, and I'm sure most people have probably seen this before. There were a lot of games like this on like iPods and older devices and stuff like that, where it's like your planets are generating units, and then after X amount of units are generated, then you are able to, once we get there, then you'll select your planet and send them to the other planet, and you get that planet, and then it starts generating units, which was great. But as I was going through and trying to develop it, I just, like, now that I've walked away and come back, I feel like I look at it now and I'm like, you know what, it actually doesn't feel as bad as I was thinking it did. It has a decent vibe and a decent feel to it. But back when I was making it, I was like, this doesn't feel quite right. I don't like it. Like, what's going on? How can I make this better? And so I had to walk away. I haven't come back to it yet, but I walked away, and now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, you know what? I actually feel like I probably could make something a bit more with this game. And so maybe, sorry, I feel like I just smacked the microphone again. Maybe you might be in that same boat. You might be in that same boat where you're feeling like, you know what, it's just not working. And maybe, not saying you have to, but maybe stepping away for just a day, maybe a week, to just kind of recollect yourself and be like, all right. And you know, I'm not saying you can't think about it. Maybe think about the things that you want the game to be, maybe the things you don't want it to be. And then maybe when you come back in a little bit, it'll feel a little bit more fresh and new to you. And you can kind of have a little bit more determination of what is working, what's not working. Just a suggestion. Maybe that would work, maybe it wouldn't. But yeah, that's what I would say, is because I've experienced that so many times where I've had issues where I've been looking at things and I'm like, that's not quite right. Like, I'm going to give one more example, and I'm going to give this example because of the game that we are currently working on. So this is, let's see if I can, we'll see if this one is actually it. I don't know if this actually is. So this is a game that I was making called Blackjack. This one's Blackjack 2, and it was going to be a mobile game. And this mobile game, let's see if I can get far enough. I don't know if I actually made it to the point where you can actually... I don't know if it'll actually get to gameplay. I think I literally was just making this intro, and then I was like, this isn't the vibe I'm going for. Yada 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 yada. Let me go. Come on. Man, sometimes I'm just a little bit way too wordy with my intros. Yeah. Okay, I think I skipped over. Oh wait, no. It wouldn't have been in there. So help me, is that okay? Maybe I didn't get far enough in this one to actually. Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind. This one's a bad example. Let's come over here to let's see. I know I've got another one. Slot Heroes, 1-bit, 80s Crypt. Maybe this original Blackjack. Okay, I may need to resize this. It's going to look really small because, again, I was kind of making this to be a mobile game. But let me kind of show you something. So if I click draw, it gives me an ace. And I draw again, and it gives me a 3. I now have 14, and I can pick up these cards. And if I hover over the one that has an 8, it does damage. Does that seem familiar at all? Well, I guess to new people, it probably wouldn't. This was one of the very old original ideas I was having for the current Tomb of Versilius that I'm creating. This was a game that I was going to make called Blackjack, where you drew cards, blackjack style. As long as you didn't go over 21, you could use your cards and you could slap them down on a monster and it would do damage. And basically it would keep drawing more monsters, filling the board, and you had to take out all the monsters using blackjack and yada yada yada. Yeah, and it did not feel good. I didn't like it, and I had to walk away for a while. I walked away for a while. I mean, this was probably a couple years ago, but I came back, and we are now making the Tomb of Versilius. It is vastly different from what I was making originally, but that same concept, that same idea is there, and it's something that I would have never created if I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna power through, I'm just gonna make it even though I'm hating it, I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah. Not saying that it's a bad idea to power through sometimes, because sometimes you just have to absolutely power through and be like, it's not going well, but I'm going to keep going anyway. I feel like I'm contradicting myself a lot. Anyway, all of this to say, do not ever feel like you can't step away from a project and then come back and revisit it. Because sometimes just a little bit of time away is going to be the best thing for that project and for you. 360 Sniper, I am so sorry that I missed you coming back, but then having to leave again. Next stream, I shall hopefully be able to stay longer. Goodbye for now. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Let's see. Milkman 1032. Welcome to stream. Glad you're here. Good advice. I appreciate that. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I ramble a bit too much with my advice. But yeah, so hopefully Lazarla, hopefully that is something that can work for you. But kind of like what Loki pointed out is maybe having someone come in and test it out, see if that works any better, see if they can give you any ideas, any pointers and stuff like that. Could be a good way to go. I'm going to give a shameless plug right here just because I can. We do have a Discord channel and we have a text chat in there. If I can pull this up. Discord. Yes, we've got a Discord. And in there we have Creator Corner. And in Creator Corner, this is 100% open to anyone and everyone to post things that they are working on, whether it be screenshots, gameplay footage, whatever it may be, just to highlight and show this is what I'm working on, you know, this is what I've got going on, and people can give, you know, opinions, pointers, things like that. So if you would like to join, invite invalid. Well, I think that I made a mistake when I created the invite link, I believe edit invite link. No limit. Expires never. I believe that I accidentally did that when I was setting all of that up. So anyway, here is a link to that. And I need to go through and I need to update the actual link everywhere else. But anyway, yeah, so yeah, on the Discord, we're here, like, again, like I was saying, this community, we are all creators in some way, shape, or form, because I mean, technically everybody is, but like specifically, like all of us, we are either pixel artists, music producers, developers, whatever, like anything and everything. We've even got someone who's making their own tabletop RPG. So like not even anything to do with computers or anything like that, like making, you know, pen and paper, tabletop RPGs. Like we all are here creating something. And so I, again, don't want to like toot my own horn, but like that's kind of the community we're trying to create here, is just a bunch of very supportive people that are all here working with each other to help build each other up. And yeah, so 100% I would say make sure to join if you want to, you know, share links, screenshots, you know, and even if you don't have anything like that, then even just explaining what it is that you're creating and just letting people know. And then, you know, hopefully I can't promise anyone is going to respond. I know that I am particularly horrible at responding to things, but at least the community is there, just in case. So Milkman says, I am more of a wannabe creator, I guess. And that is 100% fine. So long as you are wanting to create something, that's the first step. You need to be able to want to create something. But yeah, and hopefully we can inspire you to actually take that next step and start creating. What is it that you want to create? Also, Chemistry Nick, hello, welcome. Glad you're here. Welcome to the stream. We've got a lot that's going on today. We're chatting a lot, but we also got a lot of UI overhauls that we are working on today. But yeah, Chemistry Nick, how was your weekend? How's your day going? Hopefully going well. All right. Let's do this. I think we're going to, let's create the right side first, actually. Because the right side, we need to have it be, so I want to have the same vibe that this one has, right? Where the left and right sides are matching the height of each other, like the opposing sides. And so the reason why I'm going to have the player stuff versus the map. So if we come over here, we pull up the concept again. The idea is to have the map and the player card in the same opposing location because they're going to be the same shape and size. So that is the idea. So let's come over here. We're going to do right side, create new, and this is going to be map. Milkman says, like, technically I've created things in stuff like Dreams before, and I've made some Game Maker Studio games, but never made a full-fledged game, really. Well, like I said, the very first step is creating things, like creating things in Dreams. I really wanted to try out Dreams. I thought that looked like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, creating things in Dreams, creating things in Roblox. I mean, if you've played Minecraft, you've created something. And yeah, so the barrier to entry to being a creator, I would say, like, so long as you have actually just created something, I'd say you're a creator. You know, you may not call yourself like a game dev or something like that, but again, all it takes is, but I would say you are, because like you say you've made things in Dreams, or in Dreams, and then you've also created some things in Game Maker Studio. That makes you a game dev. Like, you were developing a game, you're a game dev. So, you know, you don't have to have ever released something. You don't ever have to have, you know, made money off of whatever you've created. As long as you have created something, even if no one else in the world has ever seen it, and that is sitting on a hard drive of yours, and only you have ever seen it and played it, you are still a game dev, you're still a game maker. And yeah, and you know, that's never going to change. You are a game dev. You are a game maker. So, but yeah, making things in Game Maker Studio. We do have a couple other people here in the community that do use Game Maker Studio. So, yeah, you're in good company. Axel, like I've said before, you're never late. We've been just sitting here waiting for you, so we can start now. Sorry, Moon Man, I've been playing a drinking game called Buzzed and been getting a little drunk. I mean, I would hope that if you're playing a drinking game, you would get, you know, a little buzzed and drunk. So, because if not, you're either not playing it right or you're way too good at the game and you need to do worse. One or the other. Nick says, I'm happy with my trial exams. I've got 100% math and 95% English. Polish, I don't know yet. Well, the fact that you got 100% in math is absolutely mind-boggling bonkers to me because I am terrible at math. So, yeah, the fact that you got that is absolutely fantastic. I will raise a glass or a can to you. And it sounds like Axel has been doing the same. So, I like the new chat font in screen. Thank you. Yeah, I may need to make it slightly larger. I don't know. Does it feel too small? I wanted there to be enough room for more chats, so if it feels too small, let me know. But yeah, I tried to spend a little bit of time over the weekend to, you know, revamp the stream window. I try to do that every now and then just to get a good feel and vibe, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes I'm not great at figuring out how it should look, like what the layout should look like, so if it looks good, that's great. If it doesn't, though, let me know, and I will make the changes as needed. Let's see. Like a cat says, or you're like Mooney and have a crazy tolerance for alcohol. That is true. I 100%. Oh my goodness, Robbie! You gifted another tier 1 sub. Oof, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Chemistry Nick, you are now subscribed. Thank you. Well, thank Robbie. That Robbie is going absolutely nuts with the gifts and the bits. Robbie, you are absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes, Cleric like a cat, you are 100% correct. My tolerance for alcohol is sad, really, because I have to spend so much time and or money to even feel a buzz. It's tragic. So I think the one and only time that I ever felt a buzz was let's see. I probably had about half a bottle of vodka, a couple more mixed drinks, like 1 or 2 Mike's Hard Lemonades, and it was like 6 or 7 vodka shots. And I was like, I think I'm starting to feel something. I think, maybe. Meanwhile, everybody else who was like drinking at the same pace that I was, they are just like going absolutely nuts, and yeah, they were insane. And I'm like, well, I think I maybe feel a little bit of a buzz. So yeah, it's a good time, somewhat. Let's see. Chemistry Nick says it's easier to read on phone. Well, that's good, because yeah, wait. So the new layout for the chat is easier to read on phone? Hopefully that's what you mean. Hopefully. Milkman says, I'm learning Unreal also in a secondary school. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, Unreal is one that it'll basically give you the sky. Well, no. Unreal will give you the moon as the limit. Like, if you learn and understand Unreal, like, you will probably be able to make anything and everything you could ever want. But as far as trying to learn the engine, it can be a huge learning curve. So long as you're enjoying it, and if at the end of the day you do want to create more complex and 3D games, Unreal would be an absolutely fantastic engine to learn. So yeah, 100% there. But if you want to start simple, I would probably recommend doing something like, like Game Maker Studio, RPG Maker, even Scratch, things like that, to like kind of get like the concepts down. But if you have the concepts and you're trying to expand into something bigger and better, then yeah, 100% Unreal would be one that I recommend. They seem to be the most fair with their pricing models. So yeah, I would recommend that. DV's Oatmeal, welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it. Glad you were here. Missed you. I feel like, I don't know if I saw you at all last week. It was very sad. It was very sad not to see you. Chemistry says the font is easier to read. So, okay. Yeah, well, good. I'm glad that the change that I made to the chat and to, the followers and all that fun stuff is working. So happy for that. Also, Robbie, you are going absolutely insane, and I 100% appreciate it. You may notice down in the bottom center of the screen where it says updates and it shows the tier ones, like the subs and the raids and stuff like that. If you're worried about your name not showing up, rest assured, I'm having to manually put in everybody's names as far as followers and subscribers and things like that goes, because Stream Elements, which is what I use to like get all of this stuff on the screen, is not working for me for some reason. I don't know why. I have a ticket submitted to their support team, so hopefully one day that actually all gets fixed. So I'm having to manually go in and update those. So on the next stream, it will show all of this stuff for all of your absolutely fantastic, out of this world generosity. So I appreciate that. Let's see. Robbie says, hey man, what kind of computer do I need to learn coding for games? What kind of computer? Honestly, not anything that crazy, depending on what kind of games you want to make. I have an MSI laptop. That is probably more than enough, I would say. Depending on the engine you're going to use. So if you want to make basic 2D type games, like if you're using RPG Maker or Game Maker or something that's more simple, you can use very basic computers and it's going to get the job done. Like, you know, say for example, I have an old laptop that my wife still uses, and it's like I don't know, it's probably like 7-8 years old now. Really nothing that crazy, but I could 100% pull that thing out and I could start using RPG Maker or Game Maker or any of those engines and it would run just fine. So, yeah, 100%. I would say, like, you know, I mean, I don't know exactly what you've got because, I mean, like, I don't know what specs the MSI laptop has, but I would 100% say, like, if you're using a more simple engine to make a game, like, as long as you're not using Unreal or Unity, you're probably going to be able to make anything you want on any of the other engines. Holy smokes. Okay, let's see. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Axel Benedict over on YouTube says kind of small, but yeah, it's a vibe. Good. Yeah, I may need to increase it just a little bit later. Jess the Fish, hello. Welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, come on in. Grab a drink. Sit on down. We're doing some great stuff. Axel says, oh, Moon Man, I don't know if you saw my DM with you, but my next song will be in honor of you. Axel, you don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. I'm not going to say you shouldn't do that because then that would be sad because you had all that work. But yeah, so I appreciate that. I haven't seen your other message. I did respond to you right before the stream started. But yeah, I'm excited to hear it. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. If Selma says just needs to be able to run the current version of the engines. Yep, 100%. Let's see. Chemistry in school, we're learning Python. We haven't made anything yet. On last lesson, we made an algorithm to get up and open the door. Then someone else follow the program IRL to letter. Very nice. Python is one that I tried for a little bit to learn. Went over my head way too much. It seemed fantastic, but I couldn't do it. Milkman says, you asked any ideas I had. I do have this weird idea that I'm making in dreams that I eventually want to make out of dreams, some weird platformer that takes place in your antivirus system. I don't think I've ever heard of any other game like that, so yeah, that would be absolutely fantastic. What is it all right if I share my GDD in the creator corner? Absolutely, 100%. Give that a share, and yeah, I'm sure you'll get some people giving suggestions or compliments or anything and everything. A lot of engines can be used for free as well. Only when you start making money do they charge. That's true. There are a lot of free engines out there that, yeah, only will start charging you once you actually sell the game. So yeah, if you want to look for engines like that as well, that'd be fantastic. Axel says, I told you I'd make one for you. That is true. You did tell me that, and I I do remember that. I just thought you were meaning, when you said you would make one for me, I thought you were meaning you were going to make one like for the game, or I don't know, like one for me to listen to. I didn't think it was going to be for me, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, so let's see if we can be working on this new concept. So for anyone that is new here, we've got a new UI concept going on that we are working on, trying to recreate. There's some things we can keep, other things we have to replace. We're putting the player card back in the top left corner. You're going to have your dice bag as well as an inventory bag. So you can not only just collect the dice, but you've also got, there will be like other things you can collect as you're going through the dungeon. And then you've got the same POV area here, but the whole attack combat area is going to be quite a bit different. So instead of having like the draw and attack buttons that we used to have, there's actually stacks of cards that will be there to attack. You know, you'll draw the cards, they'll kind of pile here. Robbie, oh my goodness, cheered 20 bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I like the 111111111. Very nice. Absolutely. Just, Robbie, you are too much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then you've got the your draw power versus the monster's draw power, so you can kind of like see them more close together. The monster HP, their draw pile, their cards that they've drawn, their attack, all that fun stuff. The map we are changing up a bit. Do not worry if you're looking at this 4x4 grid and you're like, is the map only going to be 4x4 now? No, it is still going to be 6x10, but the map is going to like shift around as you are moving throughout the dungeon. So you will only see 4x4 around you, but it will still continue to be the 6x4. And then the last thing is going to be the goals, the quests. That will kind of stay roughly the same, but the idea is the quests will be like more in-depth things, whereas the goals will be closer to, you know, related to things like explore X amount of rooms, kill X amount of monsters, those types of things. So, Clark Like a Cat says, Robbie is on fire. Yeah, 100%, Robbie, you are going crazy, and I am here for it. Thank you so much. I just, again, like I said before, you are the first person to ever give bits. You are the first person to ever gift subs, and so I'm just like all I can say is thank you, because I'm just like, holy smokes, like I don't know what else to say. So thank you. I'll give you a salute. I'll give you that good old classic Moonwood game salute. Yeah. All right. Okay, here we go. So that's the new concept. So we're getting the actual layout in here. Also, I apologize for this earlier, but I'm going to apologize again. I made the mistake of petting our cat before I came on stream, and I guess I didn't wash my hands well enough, and I kind of rubbed my nose a little bit, and now my nose is all sorts of itchy, and it's not great. But we're making it through. We're making it through. Okay. So here's the issue. And that is like when you go from concept to actually like drawing it out precisely, you definitely run into issues you weren't expecting. So Robbie says, you're welcome. I hope your game becomes big. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope it does too. Fingers crossed. I'm putting in a lot of time, a lot of effort. This is basically a like a part-time job on top of my full-time job, and yeah, it's a bit. It is a bit. So yeah, I hope that it does well. I hope, honestly, at the end of the day, I hope that anyone who plays it enjoys it. Like that is my goal. Like whether it's one person or 100 people that play it, if they just enjoy it, I will consider it a success. So yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so that is how large the map would be if we were going with this size. Like if we're trying to actually scale all the way top left to top right, which is fine, except for the fact that if we come over here, let's see, Tomb of Basilius, images, let's bring that over here, pictures. So if I come in here and we grab, where's the map pieces? Do I have the map pieces? Where's the map pieces? Oh, there they are. Okay, map. Whew. All right, let's go back. Here we go. Map. Okay, so let's just grab like map 15. Grab that one, come over here. Size that down to 25%. Really small. So if we're wanting to do, whoa, that is not right at all. What the freak happened here? 40. What? Retransform. Top right corner. 25%. Did I not do 25% before? 25%. Oh my gosh. Who made that joke before? Telling me to switch it to bilinear, and then I actually switched it to bilinear, and then I forgot to switch it back. Well, it went over my head before, and now it actually got me. That's right, Lazarla. Frickin' saying jokes that go over my head, and then I forget to switch it back. Good times. Okay, why is this not resizing correctly? 40%, 40 pixels. Wow, not percent, pixels. And then if we go 10, it should be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Okay. That's why it's not resizing correctly. It, yeah. The pixels aren't actually lining up correctly for the size that we're resizing this to. So that's not good. It's not bad, but it's not good. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That'll get the job done. Let's see. Chemistry Nick says, is your game roguelike or roguelite? That is a fantastic question, and one that I don't know if I actually know the difference off the top of my head. Roguelite versus roguelike versus roguelite. Roguelikes, true to the original Rogue, features permadeath with no carryover, while roguelites offer some form of progression that persists between runs. Okay, so this is definitely more of a roguelite. The idea is, yes, devious oatmeal. See, you are on top of it. Yeah, I've heard the terms, but I've never known the differences between them. Yes, so yeah, definitely more of a roguelite, because if you were to die, and this is where it's kind of like, it's an RPG roguelite type game. And maybe, actually, crap, now I wonder. Come over here. What did I call this stream? Did I call this, 'cause I know that I renamed it. Oh, no. I kept, okay, never mind. I didn't rename this one. I renamed my YouTube stream. What did I rename that one? Make a roguelike RPG with me. Ooh, I've got to change that. This is not a roguelike. This is a roguelite RPG with me. Save. Whew, that was close. That could have been very embarrassing. Great question there, Chemistry Nick. For some reason in my head, I was thinking, oh yeah, it's roguelike, but no, apparently that is not the term that I'm going for. It is a roguelite. So, yeah, so when you die, it's, there will be save points, but yeah, if you die, I'm still trying to decide if you'll just like go back to your save point, or if you're just going to go back to town, but keep some things, right? It's like your character's not permanently dead. You're going to keep some of your stuff, is the general idea. So, yeah. Okay, so that compared to my concept, not exactly the same. Chemistry Nick says you can call me Nick. All right, fair enough. I will call you Nick. I feel like there's some people that I've like abbreviated / nicknamed their name. I don't know why I never did that for you, Nick. I apologize. Same thing with Devious Oatmeal. I feel like sometimes I've called you Oatmeal, and then other times I think I've just called you Devious Oatmeal. So Most people use roguelike. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Axel says, I just found out I share a birthday with Rosa Parks. That's kind of cool. Well, let's see here. February 4th. Oh, that's right. That's right. Your birthday was last month. I do remember that. That's kind of cool. I would not have been able to tell you in a million years what her birthday would have been. So, that is cool. I like that. And Zach King. Well, there you go. You just got all the good birthdays, on your birthday. I share a birthday with, oh, what's her name? Tina Fey? Is that her name? No, not Tina Fey. Crap, what's her name? The chick from Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec. Amy Poehler. That's who I share a birthday with. Right? Yeah. September 16th. Amy Poehler and I, we share a birthday. It's good times. It can be kind of fun to look up what like celebrities and public figures share your birthday. Well, sometimes, unless it's not a good person to share a birthday with. Like, for example, and I can talk about this. I'm sure my wife's gonna get mad if she's listening. For example, and I can talk about this because our daughter does not share this birthday, but originally, our daughter's expected due date was April 20th. Which I don't know if anyone is a history buff or knows much about the date April 20th. Aside from being 420, that is Hitler's birthday. And I laughed when the doctor said that her expected due date was April 20th. I was like, really? But then she was born a month early, and I'm like, dang it, now I can't let her never live that down. So, anyway, so I guess if you were born April 20th, maybe you don't share the best birthday with all the best people. But maybe there's some better people out there that you share a birthday with. Maybe. Just says, my birthday keeps creeping closer. You say that like it's a bad thing. I get that though. Yeah, I understand that. It's, after a while, the more and more the birthdays pop up, you're just kind of like, all right, let's stop now. I'm old, it is a bad thing. Yeah, I'm feeling that way this year as well. Because yeah, today, my mom decided to remind me that it is my half birthday today. And I'm like, oh, cool. I'm so glad you reminded me that I'm halfway there to being even older. So, yeah, you do kind of hit that mark eventually, and you're like, another birthday. Cool. All right, I think what we're gonna do, we're going to change the size of the map. Like the map square. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what we're gonna do. What, 40? No, I'll be 34. Which is still old. All right, Oatmeal, it's still old. What the heck is a half birthday? It's when you're halfway to your birthday. So, you know, it's your birthday plus 6 months. And it's your half birthday. So, you know, March 16th. And it is a real thing, okay? It's not like an unbirthday, it's a half birthday. My biggest famous birthday person is Ben Azalert. Not a clue. I don't know who that is either. Never heard of them. Let's see. Omi says, oh damn, you're older than me by 1 year. Ha! See? There we go. I am an old man. I'm so old. Bro, I'm 33. I'll be 34 in November. Well, there we go. That means we're only like 2 months apart. 'Cause yeah, I'll be 34 in September. It's a good time to be alive. It's a great time to be alive. Like a cat says, I thought we agreed that you can't call yourself old. No, I am old. I am old. Very. You're still in your 20s, okay? I'm just saying. You may be 29, but you're still in your 20s. So, until later, I can call myself old. Let's see. My mom will be 50 in a few years. Yeah, it's that's a good time. I think my mom turned 60 last year. So, yeah, it's crazy times. Crazy times. Let's see. Devious Oatmeal says, also, should I keep saying Devious Oatmeal, or should I call you Devious? Or Oatmeal? Or Dev? DVO? D? The Big D? I'll call you the Big D. The Big D says, oh wait, I'm older than you. I thought you meant you're 34 and turning in September. Oh, no. Wait. Yes, I'm turning 34 in September. I had to think about it. For a little bit, I was like, how old am I actually? Yes, turning 34 in September. Here's a fun one. I was born in 2005. I'm 20 now. Hey, that is fantastic, actually. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it is still kind of crazy to me to think that people born in 2005 are 20 or turning 20 this year. But yeah, I actually at my last job I worked with someone who was born in 2004. He was a really cool guy. I liked spending time with him, even though he was a bit of a jokester, a little bit of a prankster, and my old bones sometimes couldn't take that. But yeah, he was still a good guy. So nothing wrong with that at all. I think that I'm trying to remember how old he would be. Yeah, I think we've got someone else who's like 18 or something like that. So yeah, we've got all sorts of different aged people in here. Let's see. Axel says, also share my birthday with the Emperor Joshua Abraham Norton, the self-proclaimed Emperor of the United States. I have heard about him. All right, that's a pretty cool person to actually share a birthday with. I like that. Just says, it's like, we're doing this again? Do we have to? Yeah, that's true. Basically, since I turned 30, I'm just like, really? Do I really have to do another one? All right, bring it on. Bring it on. Yeah, it's good times. Great times, actually. Fantastic times. Let's see. I'm Big D. The Big D says, yeah, it still feels like 2010s. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. It does feel like the 2010s still. That one's a riot at parties, or it would be if I went to one. I know that pain. I never went to parties when I was younger, and I especially don't go to parties now that I'm older. So they're overrated, I will say. They're overrated. Jesse says, it's okay, Moon Man. I've got 4 years on you. That's not that many years, especially once you start getting up to our ages. Like, once you hit like 30s, I feel like 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, it's nothing. It's nothing. We're just old. All right, so let's work this out. Okay, so what can we do here? If we wanted to get it like the concept, I kind of like the idea of having an odd number because then you can be in the center. So maybe 5 is the right way to go. But do we make them just a little bit different? Like a little bit larger, you know? So if we went with something like, say for example, came over here, did that, and come over here and did that. Then if we do that and that, even just this 1 pixel difference should help a ton. I hope. I guess we'll see. Fingers crossed it helps a ton. Jesse says, I have a friend that is 6 days younger than me. I still tell him, when you're my age, you'll understand. All right, when you're that close, you do have to kind of rub it in the face of whoever is just slightly younger than you. I did the exact same thing to a girl in high school. She and I had the exact same birthday, but when we realized that, you know, we would, so this was like our freshman year, we found out that we shared a birthday. And we were like, oh yeah, that's awesome, happy birthday. And then the next year, she like started talking smack and she's like, it's because I'm older than you. And I'm like, how are you older than me? And she's like, I was born, I think it was like at like 12:10 in the afternoon. I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, am I older than you? And I was like, I think I was an afternoon or an evening baby. And she's like, all right, yep, I'm older than you. Yeah, found out that I was born at like 11 o'clock in the morning. So then the next year when we were talking about it, because I didn't remember to talk about it after that. So then the next year when it came up again, I was like, actually, I'm like an hour and 10 minutes older than you. And yeah, didn't let her live that down for a while. And now we don't talk. So, you know, it doesn't really matter anymore. But yeah, if you're older, you got to hang that over the heads of whoever dares to act like they're better. Ooh, let's see. Nick, I'm almost half of your age, Moonman. Ooh, man. All right. Well, that's fair. I envy your youth. I envy it. I have been sitting on a bad back now for like basically since yesterday afternoon because I painted my daughter's room and my back has just been killing me. And yeah, so don't take for granted your youth. It's a good time. Enjoy it while you can. The Big D says, speak for yourself. I still feel like I'm 25. See, I feel like I'm 25 when I have a good night's rest and haven't done anything too crazy. But not right now. No. I feel very much not like I'm 25. I feel like I'm 65 right now. Lazarla says, you missed a pixel. Oh, wait, I did. Oh, did I delete them though? Because I went through and deleted things. I may have. But I appreciate the pointing out. I need to do better at that. My back is like old. I feel like everyone ages slightly different. Like I knew this guy when he was in his early 20s, but because he skateboarded so much when he was in his teenage years, his knees every single time, like he could just be walking and his knees were just cracking the whole time. And I'm like, dude, that sucks. He's like, it really does. He's like, it's like, I cannot recommend enough not longboarding as much as I did because he's like, it just destroyed my knees. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that I didn't because yeah, especially now with how fragile my back is. Like I can literally just sleep on it funny. And the next day I'm like, and I can't move. Not fun. Okay, there we go. That is what we want. Do we want the 3 pixel? I think so. The 3 pixel gap I think is good. Okay, so that's the size we want. Whew, that should not have taken that long, but it did, and it's fun. Lazarla says, my bones be like Rice Krispie, snap, crackle, and pop all day, every day. Yeah, I feel that. My wrists, my ankles, all of that. So much fun. That pixel was fixed ages ago. My bad. I need to do better at messages. I'm sorry. I sometimes get very behind and it's a good time. All right, so here we go. So we should be able to do that. Fantastic. So that is going to be what the layout of the map looks like. Yeah, so hopefully that'll work well. Hopefully being the key word here. Okay. So. I worry about locking myself into having a moving map. I do worry about that. But I think we should be fine. I hope. I think we should be all right. We'll figure it out. You know what? If we paint ourselves into a corner, we've painted ourselves into a corner, but I feel confident we can figure this out. So we're going for it. Okay, so that is what we got for the map. And then that is the size that we also need to make the player section over here, which just feels so big. I don't think we need that much with the player, but maybe we do. I don't know. Well, let's copy that over here on the left side. Let's do this. So we've got player. Okay. So 1 pixel. There we go. Move those down. All right. Ugh, man. Kind of wish this had caffeine in it. I'll actually make a folder called layer. Go. This is going to be border. Okay. We will eventually have to redo all of the map images, but that'll be for a later date. We'll figure that out eventually. For now, let's get the general size of how big we need the player's portrait. Come over here. We're going to paste. Okay. So that is the size of the player. That. Okay. Fill this in with a darker color. Let's turn the that back on. Let's actually do this. There we go. Then the darker one back there. Cool. There we go. Nick says, I can pop bones in my neck. Like something like this. That was a bad example. I only popped one. Something like that. Because if so, there's nothing beats a good neck bone crack. Like, unfortunately, I only have them every now and then, but it just feels so good. Or like a good back crack. Sounds weird, but yeah, a good back crack. That nothing beats it. Nothing beats it. And I know you heard something cleric like a cat. I know you did. Good old back crack. Oh, you mean with the neck cracking? Yeah, I wasn't sure if my microphone actually picked that up. I have way too much to try and keep it from picking up random extra sounds around me. So yeah, probably didn't work out. Let's see. Axel says you should totally put me in the game, like my owl. That'd be kind of fun. I have thought about, and this is something that I can't promise because I am terrible at pixel art, but something I have thought about is potentially adding like people to the game if you want it to be added as like a playable character. So, you know, like kind of like how we have right now, you know, all of these player models where they're like, we're going to replace these eventually. Like all these different player models, like they're very generic and not great right now. And then you got like the faces and stuff like that. I have thought about when/if I'm going through and creating my own, maybe if I try and create some, you know, based off of whatever anyone would like to have. It has been a thought. It's been a thought. So we'll see if it actually happens. I don't know. But again, like not promising anything because I am terrible at pixel art. And so I can't promise that I would even be able to make something like that happen as far as design goes. But it would be something that I would like to do, if possible. How did I have it over here? Okay, so I did have it like that, just with more spaces. Makes sense. What about something like that? That should be all right. I mean, I guess even here, that's not that bad. We might even just do something like this. Let's just grab all of this gray and the yellow. Maybe something like that. We'll see. We will see what happens. And no. We're going to keep the border for now. We're keeping the border. We might get rid of it later, but for now, we're keeping it. All right. So, here we go.
Thanks for the follow, my Corey.
My Corey? Or is it my Corey? Maybe. Zelda background music, awesome pixel art, count me in. Well, thank you. Glad you're here. Glad you consider this great pixel art. I will say the Zelda background music, that is 100% deserving of a follow. So you're in the right boat there. But yeah, as far as the amazing pixel art, I appreciate that. I am definitely in no way a pixel artist. I can do the bare bones. So it's pronounced me Corey. Okay, all right. Well, the automated voice made it sound like it was something different. So me Corey, welcome. Glad you could be here. Welcome. Come on in. Have a seat. Yeah, you're in good company. So welcome. Yeah, TTS does not get my name right. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Honestly, actually, I feel like the text-to-speech probably is what messes me up a lot when I'm trying to pronounce people's names. So to everybody who I've messed up your name when you have followed or anything like that, I'm gonna blame the text-to-speech. I'm gonna say it's the problem that I've messed up your name. So there we go. Well, me Corey, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Yes, exactly. That's what I do. It's the blame game, and it works out most of the time. All right. Yeah, right now we're working on a game, and we are basically redoing the entire UI and its layouts and all of that fun stuff. So this is what we used to have. It was something like this, like ignoring the color swatch. But yeah, it's kind of what we had before, and it was fine, but it was kind of getting old, kind of getting a little bit clunky, and not working with a bunch of the newer elements we were trying to implement. So we have a new concept that we're trying to implement, and it's similar to the old one, but yeah, trying to re-implement stuff, get it in place, and yeah, should be a good time, hopefully. Mikor says, what's the game about? Looks like a point/click/deck builder/RPG. Yes, so I guess we'll just go off of what it currently is now. So the idea is it is a randomly generated dungeon crawler where you are going through, you know what? I'm actually going to do this. I know that we literally just went through all the old assets. I'm going to copy them all back because it kind of sucks knowing that the entire dungeon is unplayable now. So, okay, so here we go. I will just give you a really quick, yeah, so it's a roguelite RPG. So general idea, so make your game. You can ignore all of this. This was the old story, the old idea. But yeah, so general idea is it is a randomly generated dungeon. So each floor has a completely different layout, and the tomb that you're going into is basically the it was created. Well, it wasn't created. It was. We're still trying to figure out the story exactly, so don't quote me on any of the story elements, but basically general idea, there was a big bad mage who took over a kingdom, killed everybody and or turned them into monsters, and took over this kingdom, made it his own. And then something or someone cursed the kingdom to try and hold in this mage, and it has become his tomb. Thus, the name of the game is called Tomb of Versilius. So it is his tomb, and the general idea is there is a small town that was outside of this kingdom that was not necessarily destroyed, but it is under constant threat from the monsters that are slowly but surely kind of making their way out of the cursed kingdom. And so a lot of people from the town have left. Some have stayed because they're like, this is my home. This is I'm staying here. Like, nothing's gonna make me go. I will die here if I have to. But then the idea is the kingdom obviously had nothing taken from it, so it is still full of riches and treasure. And so adventurers will come from far and wide, and they will brave the cursed kingdom, trying to get in and get out with some type of loot. And you are one of these people who are coming by. But you stop off at the town before you go in, just to kind of get some information, figure out, and you hear all these stories about how there's been hundreds, if not thousands of people that have had the same idea that you have, to go in, get treasures, come out and be rich and set for the rest of your life. And basically all of them have never come back out, or have never come out with anything but barely their lives. And so, yeah, so the idea is you are going through this tomb, and you either have the option to, like, you could literally just come in here looking for gold and treasure, or if you want to help the townspeople, each one of them will have their own backstories, and you can do quests for them, and you're helping them and trying to figure out what you can do to get rid of this threat, this Versilius. This doesn't end the oh man, sorry, we're in the process of redoing a lot of the story, and so there's so much of it that I'm like, does this make sense? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. So all of that is subject to change. The stuff that's not subject to change is the combat. So the combat is based on Blackjack. So the way you fight the monsters is you are drawing face cards, and each monster has their own armor class. Sorry, I couldn't remember that. I could remember AC, but I couldn't remember armor class. They have their own armor class, right? So this monster's armor class is 14, and I've drawn a 10. So I'd have to draw again, and now I've got an 18. So now I can attack. So the idea is kind of like with Blackjack. You want to draw as high to 21 as possible without going over 21. And then once you've hit their armor class, you can attack and do damage to them. And then as you go through, there will be D20s that you can collect. These D20s, I will show you what you can use them for, but yeah, so as you go through, you collect the D20s. There are traps throughout the dungeon where you'll play mini games to try and disable them. If you don't disable them, spikes will come up, or fire will shoot out of the wall or stuff like that, and it will damage you. If you're in with the monsters and you don't want to fight them, you can make a dex saving throw to try and escape the monsters. And yeah, that's kind of what we've got so far. Eventually we will be adding mini bosses where you will actually be playing proper Blackjack against these mini bosses. But for now, the monsters are the ones that you fight against. And anyway, yeah. So then, to talk about the D20s, if we come over here to the safe room. So the D20s are what you use to build out your spell book. So each of the cards, so let me buy some dice really quick. So each of the dice each of the cards correlate to a different spell. So you've got your pyro spells, your geo spells, your necro spells, and your hydro spells. And so every time you draw a card, it will use that spell against the monster, right? So if you drew 2 red cards, whether it be an ace, a 2, a 3, a 7, a 10, a jack, a queen, a king, any of those, so long as it is red, it is using your pyro spell. So it would do 1 damage. But if I were to add another red dice to the slot, it's now doing 2 damage. And if I add another one that's a 2, it's now doing 4 damage. You can also merge the dice. So if you've got 2 2s, you can merge them together and it makes a 3. 2 3s make a 4, so on and so forth. But then there's also, you can mix and match the spells. So if I were to move that out of there and put this green dice in here, you now have a pyro geo spell. I know the sound of that does not sound super great or creative. That's because it's not right now. Eventually we will make it so I'll rename the spells eventually. So, like say for example, if it was just this, instead of being called pyro, it'd be called like fireball. And if I added another fire dice, then it would be called something like, I don't know, something bigger than fireball, giant fireball, but not giant fireball. And then if you add a third one, it'd be something like nuclear blast or something like that. We will be creating a bunch of spell names and all that fun stuff, but then you can kind of mix and match the elements. So if you added, if you've got pyro and geo, if you add fire and earth together, you'd get something like lava. And so this would become a lava spell, right? And then if you added, I don't know, water, so it was pyro, hydro, geo, it'd be like flowing lava or something like that. So that's kind of like the general concept, is like you can build out your spell book and create the spells and the combinations that you want based off of the dice. And then kind of the drive and hopefully intrigue is that you are searching this dungeon for dice so that you can merge them together, level up your spells, and yeah, that's I think that is the general idea. I think I covered everything. Yeah, so that's what we've got, and that's what we are building off of. So, that's pretty cool. Love Blackjack. Well, there you go. Sounds like you're in the right place, because yeah, hopefully it'll be entertaining and fun to play. Fingers crossed, hopefully. Like a Cat says, Meteor. Yeah, Meteor would, that I think that's more of what I was kind of thinking. But yeah, so we will be going through and we'll be renaming the spells eventually. But yeah, so last week when we were working on this, we were working on mini bosses. Like I was saying, those are the ones we were going to be using to actually like play proper Blackjack. And it was not working. So I'm like, you know what? We need to come back here, recreate all of this, I think. But do we need to? I know this is literally everything we've been working on tonight, but is it actually a problem? Or is it a problem that I've just made up in my head? And is the only thing we need to actually change / fix this bottom area? I mean, there are things we do need to change. You know, like obviously the player area is not great. There's a bunch of unused space down here. We could put something there. But what if, instead of going through all of this trouble of like restructuring everything, because here's the thing is like, if I swap out and restructure all these images, there is so much that I'm going to have to go through and adjust and change. It's doable, but the problem child is this right here. This bottom card area is the problem. So what if we just change the problem area? And, you know, change it to something like this concept. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, I think that, yeah. I think that's what we're gonna do instead. Instead of going through and recreating everything, we're just gonna fix that problem area. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Well, Mikori, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I appreciate you joining. Should be a grand old time. I hope. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so the problem child. The card area down here. This is what we want it to look like. So I think all we need to do is we need to shift that. It is already to the top. So we don't need to worry about that. Honestly, what we can do is we come in here and if we find, let's see, what was it called? It's a dungeon UI. Is that what it's called? Dungeon UI. Here we go. So we pull this up. Let's see. Mikori says, how did you end up choosing the look / aesthetic? That is a great question. I believe probably the best way to answer that is limitation. So I'm using RPG Maker. I don't know if you've ever used RPG Maker, if you've ever heard of RPG Maker or anything like that. So RPG Maker is not meant to make games that look like this, right? It is not meant to make games where, I mean, like, because like, here's the thing. Can you make games like this? Yes, obviously. Like, I'm making this game. You know, I'm making everything custom. So obviously you can make games that look like this and play like this. Is it meant for this though? No. Like, you're not supposed to have it look like you're seeing a 3D room here, which, like, obviously it's not. It's just an image. No, I haven't used it, but I've heard of it. Yes. So yeah. So RPG Maker is specifically made for making top-down, like classic Final Fantasy, Legend of Zelda RPGs, right? That is what it's made for. That is what it's designed for. And that is where it excels. But I don't want to make a game like that, but RPG Maker is what I know. So I had to do it based off of necessity for keeping it simplistic. And so the art style, I was like, I want to go with something that feels like it should be limited in animation and design. And so I went with something that had that, like, you know, 90s vibe to it, which was very basic, simplistic color schemes, you know, basic shapes, nothing crazy. Like when I transition, and I know this is gonna look really weird now that, because like I've gotten rid of that whole. Actually, I guess I could come back in here, cancel all of that, save that, come back over here, refresh this. Yeah. So when I have the animation play of like doing the transition, right? It does that whole whoop thing. All of that, it makes it look like it's moving, but it's just a bunch of images showing on top of other images. So, yeah. So all of this to say, let me get my bearings. All of this to say, it was literally just because, one, the engine is very basic, so I needed to keep the art style very basic, and two, I am definitely not a pixel artist by any stretch of the imagination, and so I needed to keep it simple so that it was something that I could create and not have it look like absolute hot garbage. And so with being very basic and simple, it helps in that I can create things that I feel like look fine because it's so simplistic and basic. So that is why I kind of went with this look and aesthetic. Sozman says, hey dude, hope things are coming along well. Welcome back to the stream, Sozman. Glad you're here. Yeah, things are coming along. I think maybe I had a little bit of an existential crisis last week, and we kind of decided I was going to rebuild the entire UI from the ground up, and I made this really fun and exciting concept, and after now, what's it been, like 2.5 hours? I think I finally decided maybe we don't recreate everything, and we just recreate the battle area. So, yeah, it's coming along, but yeah, last week we were trying to make mini bosses, and it was not working at all. Not at all. It was absolutely terrible. And so, yeah, kind of had, I think, maybe an existential crisis there in being like, this is terrible. I need to do something else. And I think I overreacted. I don't think I actually need to do as much as I was thinking I should do. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to save that. So we have this whole area. And then what we're going to do is restructure this entire center area. It's the idea. If we go, so POV, let's get rid of the frame. Same thing over here. Card area. Let's get rid of the frame. So this whole area is kind of what we're going to be working. Especially if we hide the cards. Actually, let's hide, yeah, cards and buttons. So this is the area we're going to have to work. Not too bad. It's a lot of space. I feel like that's more than enough space to get all of this to fit. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. So if we come over here, we find cards. So card 0, that is the back of the card. We're probably going to change that card eventually, but for now, that is what it looks like. Let's see, POV, so center section, we're going to do new combat area. Here we go. Whoop. Go. All right, that card is a little bit larger than I was thinking / remembering, but that should be fine. Yeah, should be all right. Should be all right. Okay, so if we come down here, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that should be good, yeah? Yeah. That's a tall enough looking deck. Yeah, should be all right. Salesman says, sounds like it might be a fair amount of work, but what you had kind of drawn out there did look interesting. Yeah, it's, and that's where I was kind of like, you know what? It all is very similar to what we currently have, just like slightly shifted. And so that's where I'm kind of like, you know what? Maybe we do keep it somewhat similar. This is going to be the biggest change here. All of this stuff here. Well, and also the bag. The bag and the inventory, we are going to need to fix and change, but we can do that with this one. Like, we literally just need to put a button up here. That's all we need. So, should be good. Jesse says, sadly, I'm exhausted. Going to lay down. Good luck. Thank you so much for being here, Jesse. I appreciate it. Go get some rest. Hopefully you have a good night. And yeah, we'll see you on the next live stream. So, thank you for being here. Okay. We've got the deck. Then the idea is grab a couple cards just to see what we can do. We had the cards come down to here. That card would go on top. So how far over could we go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8, 12. Does that feel okay? Yeah. Yeah, I made these cards way skinnier than they should be. That is the problem with going from concept to actually creating it. It just is not exactly the same, you know? Not exactly the same. So, man, freaking Twitch, welcome back from the ads. Welcome back. Yeah, it's recently ran an ad and must wait to run another. Freaking auto ads, man. I really should have read the fine print better. Should have read them better. Oh well. Yeah, I've tried looking into potentially trying to shut the ads off, and yeah, it's not possible. I signed a thing to become a Twitch affiliate partner thing, whatever it's called, and they force the ads. Good times. It's good times indeed. Okay. Don't know. I guess technically, every time we put the card down, because no one's actually going to really be looking at the cards they're putting down, right? Like, they'll want to see the first two. Yeah, it should be all right. But if we do this, excuse me. Ugh, man. If we try and get a centered box, we can't make it the height of the cards, though. We make it the height. At 170. 168. That thing is huge. Okay, we don't need that. So I'm trying to think of how we're going to create this, right? To kind of show how much your draw is versus the monster's draw. Oh, that's right. Can't Alt-Tab to the other thing. I think maybe what we'll do, so as we're drawing cards, they'll probably stack like this, right? So every time you get a new card, so let's just say, for example, we'll just grab a bunch of different cards. Sure. Here. is that going to be 11 cards? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now, the reason why we're going with 11 is because if you were to draw all 2s, you would technically need to draw 11 cards. The hope is that you would never draw that many 2s, but with, you know, decks, you never really know what you're going to draw, so gotta do it. Four aces, 4 2s, and 3 3s. Yeah, that's true. So also, just as a potential heads up, this is something that's not necessarily set in stone, but it's something that I might be adding, and that is like deck customization. So right now, it's just randomly pulling cards, right? But I am considering, if you notice here where it says 52 out of 50, right? So you're drawing cards, yada yada yada. The thought is potentially allowing the player to build out their deck. So having a little bit of deck building going on here. It's a thought. I don't know if it's necessarily going to actually end up in the game. Okay, what is happening here? But yeah, it's a thought. It's something that I'm kind of thinking might be interesting to add. Oh my gosh. Did it seriously just... This is why I hate smart layers. Smart layers are the absolute worst thing when you're working with pixel art. Alright, here we go. Anyway, yeah, so considering potentially allowing the player to build out their decks, and you can choose, you know, so like as you go throughout the dungeon, you're collecting cards, and you can choose which ones you actually include in your deck and which ones you don't. So it may make it a little bit cheesy, and we may need to add some type of, I don't know, security something to make sure that you don't just build like an absolutely ridiculous deck. But it is something I am considering, is letting you kind of put however many cards, however many of whatever cards you want in your deck that you take into the dungeon, and you can, you know, do that. Again, not anything set in stone, just a thought that I've been having, is deck customization. So that way you get some type of deck building in the game as well. But even regardless of that, so with Blackjack, actually, let me check this really quick. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So with Blackjack, most every single game is not played with a single deck. If you go to any casino or anything like that, you're never going to be playing Blackjack with just one deck of cards. Most of the time, it's anywhere from 3 to like 6 decks of cards. They do this to make it so that you don't do any type of card counting, right? Because if you have just got one deck of cards, then, you know, you can sit there and be like, okay, well, I've drawn X amount of this card and this amount of this card has been drawn, and you can start counting the cards, and it's not great for the dealer. So they introduce a random number of decks to be shuffled in. And so the problem with that is you could potentially, technically, draw 2 after 2 after 2 after 2 after 2 after 2 after 2, and that could be all, like, the chances of that happening, very low, very, very low. But if you are just shuffling cards, it technically could happen. It technically could. So, the potential risk is that if you were to draw 2 after 2 after 2 after 2 after 2, you would need to draw 11 2s to draw up to and past 21. So that is why I do 11 cards, because I'm like, technically you could draw 11 2s to then finally hit 22. So that is why I'm going with that. Wait. Yeah, 22. Okay, which my brain's like, that's not 22. And I'm like, yeah, it is. My brain's like, are you sure? And I'm like, should probably double check. Let's see. Mikori says, I expected deck building to be a given. Yeah, and technically it isn't in the game yet. And there hasn't really been a whole lot of a plan. There hasn't been a whole lot of a plan to add it. But I'm kind of thinking it would be fun for you to be able to build out your own deck that you take into the tomb to fight with. So, yeah, maybe could be a good time. We'll see. We will see. Let's see. Remember, if there were 6 decks, there is a possibility of 21 aces. That is true. There's a lot of aces. The chances of getting all 2s are low, but never 0. Exactly. Exactly. So, you know, you do have the possibility for something like that. Now, to be fair, if you drew 21 aces, because you would start getting soft hands. I don't know. The Big D says that isn't true at all. Wait, what part's not true? What part's not true? What part are you talking about? Trey over on YouTube says hi. Hello, Trey. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. 24 aces in 6 decks. Would that not be true? Yeah, because there's 4 aces per deck times 6 decks. Yeah, 24. They said 21. Oh! That is true, Nick. That is true. The Big D does have you there. You did say 21. I just completely glossed over that, so that's my bad. That is my bad. But the limit is 21 points. That is fair. That is a good point. Trey says, is there a goblin? Is there a goblin? In the game? Probably. There will be eventually. Eventually, we will add a goblin. He will be there. But for now, we're working on the Blackjack part of the game. So, yeah. If you'd like to stick around for that, that's what we're working on. Nick says, yeah, but the limit is 21 points. That is true. Although, how many? Because you'd have 11. Trey says, can I be an enemy boss? Maybe. Possibly. But, I don't know. What kind of enemy boss would you be? Is ace 1 or 11 in this? Well, yeah, both. Yeah. So it's worth 11 until you get up to 21, and then it becomes a soft hand, which it then converts back down to a 1. Chris says a goblin boss. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, sure, yeah, you could be a goblin boss. Race Peace Day says, we have snow out of nowhere. You have snow? We do not have snow. Well, we probably will have snow later. But right now, no. Tomorrow's supposed to be rainy and then snowy. So good times. Good times there. That sucks if you've got snow out of nowhere. Hopefully you stay warm, stay safe. Snow is, it can be fun, but it can also be a pain. So, but yeah, absolutely, Trey, 100%. But yeah, so I probably will need to add some type of artificial limit to the aces, maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Nick, there is not snow in Poland right now. Lucky. There was no snow in 3 a.m. and there in 7 a.m. Lots of it. That's how snow works. It just comes out of nowhere. Gets ya. Which is not fun. The limit would be hit in that case if there were 11 aces. I feel like I had checked into this before, and I feel like that is true, right? Yeah, actually, yes. 100%. Yeah. 'Cause, yeah. 10 1s and 1 11. Okay, yes. Oof. Oh, Oh, big D. My brain cannot be thinking about stuff like this late at night. For now, I'm just working on art because my brain's like... but yes, you are 100% correct. That is right. 11 would be the absolute limit. That is true. Okay, yes. I knew that I had thought about that previously because I did set the limit. I set 11 variables, and I knew there was a reason that I did that. I just had completely forgotten. I thought I only took into account the 2s. So yes, 100%. Nick says, yes, but some memer could draw more aces from there for the memes. That is, well, yes, technically. And here's where I'm going to have to figure out, if we actually do this, I'm going to have to figure out how we're going to balance things. Like maybe making aces either just really difficult to find or something like that. And yeah, so we would need to make aces a little bit more difficult because, yeah, for the memes, you could 100% just kind of mess things up like crazy. I was also thinking about it. I'm like, you could literally just go in and be like, I have, you know, all kings and all aces. And the likelihood of the cards, you know, so yeah, the likelihood of getting a blackjack more often because all you have is aces and kings. Yeah, 100%. Mods the game to so every card is 10s, and that's another thing is you could literally just be like, my entire deck is just 10s, and you would basically win every single time. So yeah, good times. Let's see. Axel says, I'm making a D&D character that's just a talking horse. His dad was a horse-headed minotaur and mom was a centaur. He has a sister that's just a person. I like it. Anyway, the horse is a sorcerer that's going to become the osteomancer. That is a very interesting character, and I love the idea of it. Can be paintings at the walls. I had the idea of a graffiti room, specifically with the cool S. That's true. That's true, you did. I'm just new to this stream. Yeah, and we do have some things that kind of go... So we have... So we have, right now, things called decorations. So like this would make the bricks different colors. You got vines on the walls, torches that go on the walls, cracks in the bricks. So yeah, we could 100% add things like paintings to the walls as well. It's just a matter of adding them, which we will be doing. So yeah, absolutely. I like it. That's when you add enemies that have the abilities to block certain cards. We could do that. That could actually be a really good time. Just if you try too hard to mess with the game, it messes with you back. The other thing I was kind of thinking was adding limits and restrictions, right? So basically, like if you would have to, I don't like, if you were to add 4 of one card, you would have to have 4 of another, or maybe like, I don't know. Like if you have 4 of one card, you have to have at least 1 of another. And if you have 4 of that other, you have to have at least 1 of another. And then also going in saying you have to have at least a full deck, which is 52 cards. So that way you kind of have to like branch out and, you know, have more than just one type of card. It's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see. We will see what happens. We'll have to figure it out. So, and I'm sure that some people could probably work around that, but that would be the entertainment of it all. That's when you add enemies that have the ability... Oh wait, I literally just read that. Osteomancers can manipulate bones, even his own, and become a meat slime. I don't think I've ever heard of an osteomancer, but that sounds really cool. I like it. There's such things of cards. I don't know what you mean, Trey. You might have to explain that one a little bit more. But yes, there are cards. There are cards in the game. Okay, so we've got... So that's the player deck. That will be the full draw of the player deck. Now, I think also what we're going to need to do, so we're going to need to move the actual deck up. No, that is the draw pile. This is the draw pile. This one right here. This is the draw pile. This one is the playing pile. The hand? That's your hand. That's the hand pile. And then... Oh, that's right. We were going to add text underneath. Trey says, oh, I see now. Yeah. Yeah, and this may seem a little bit odd and weird, but I promise if you stick around and watch, it'll all start becoming hopefully not so out of nowhere weirdness. I don't know. This is definitely a very confusing looking project to just come straight in on, though. I completely understand that. If we come here and we do that color and we don't do olive days, we want the 3x5 pixel. Set you to 25. I'm going to say 52 out of 50. Ugh, that's what I was worried about. So that does not leave a lot of room for expansion. Not at all. So general idea is if we were to, so maybe we would just even say you have to limit it to like 99 cards, maybe. So yeah, that's like no room to add. As soon as we add a third digit there, it just goes off. Goes off. So yeah, so maybe, I don't know, maybe 99, or we would just say, hey, the limit is 52. Like the limit of cards in your deck is 52. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Nick says, when not bust, ace equals 11. In other case, ace equals 1. So it's possible to draw 21, even 22 aces with the one that busts your hand. Wait. So when not busting, the ace equals 11. That is true. In other case, the ace equals 1. So it's possible to draw 21, even 22 aces with the one that busts your hand. Well, because you would draw 10 aces. I think at that point, if you just happened to draw 11 aces in a row, then we would just artificially be like, and you're done. Like, no more drawing for you. You got your 11 cards. Yeah, I think that might be what we do. We'll see. When you hit 11 aces, one defaults to 11, making 21. It'd stop there. Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm thinking is, yeah, you would draw 10 aces, and if you drew that 11th ace, then it would just be like, no more. You're done. 99, sheesh. Yeah, 99 is potentially what I'm thinking you might be able to customize your deck to. We might just stick with the classic 52, so we'll see. We will see. 12 be the limit, 11 aces, and one that busts. We would probably even limit it just to 10. And it's all just like a visual thing. So like maybe, I don't know. And maybe we could even just figure out a different way to visually represent these. Like maybe you don't even necessarily need to have all cards showing here, but it would be something like show a card here and then the next card on top. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Trey says, my boss idea to damage me, you gotta destroy pillars to hurt me with a specific card. I like it, adding some extra gameplay mechanics just so that you have to, do something else without being able to damage beforehand. Yeah, that's could be a fun one. I like it. Yeah, gotta find things around the room to activate damage or something like that. 11 still works there. Impossible to bust with 11 aces. Yeah, and that's where we would probably just have to artificially limit it and be like, nope, like this is where you're at. This is what you got. No more. Like, you've drawn 11 cards. You're done. Pack it up and go on home. And that's where we would probably just need to maybe artificially limit it somewhere else beforehand. Assuming you can't collect more cards if you've already hit 21. Yes, so I think probably what we will do is either, yes, when you hit 21, that'll be like the end of it. Like, if you're at 21, we're not going to let you draw any more cards because it's like, well, you're at 21. Why would you draw another card? So, yeah. We'll have to figure something out there. I'm sure we will down the line. That is a future Kevin problem. It all depends on you, Moon Man. Well, that's fair. That's fair. But it will be a team effort. We'll figure it out. Only possibility is to add an element. That's true. That's true. I don't know. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. Trey says, is that the goodest mechanism you ever heard? I do like that mechanism. It's there have been other games that I've played that have had stuff like that, and I think it could be a lot of fun. The one specifically that's coming to mind is The Legend of Zelda, the Ocarina of Time. There's like a boss in there. I'm trying to remember the name of the boss, but it's a boss where I guess you don't necessarily, you're not breaking the pillars. You're basically using the boss to break the pillars for you, but then create hearts to heal you up. So yeah, mechanics like that I think can be a lot of fun. They are a blast. Okay, so we're gonna say player card area here for this stuff. All right. Then if we duplicate that and do monster card area. Excuse me. Alright, so 12 pixels. So let's do, so over here, let's move the deck over to here. Go. Let's do 10, 11, 12. This over. Oh, I just realized that is wait, what? Alright, so something's wrong. What's going on here? So you are 12, but then you're only 3. Okay, so that means we need to come in here and go to deck and move you up 1. All right, what's going on here? Why is this all off? 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. What? So that is an even number. That's an even number. That's an odd number. What? What is happening? 8. Are you an even number? 168. Okay, what am I missing here? You're 12. Oh my. Of course that's an odd number. Wait, why are you an odd number? Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay, you should be 20, not 25. I'm an idiot. Ooh, all right. That was exciting. That was exciting times. We got that figured out. Ooh-wee. All right, well, with that, I think... Could we actually have more than that? We technically could. We could have up to 999 cards that you could customize in your deck. All right, there we go. Fantastic. So, Mikori, we could have up to 999 and not just 99. That'd be a good time, right? All sorts of deck customization. Oh, man. Oh, man. Mikor says, if they're at 21, let them still draw, but it's their fault if they decide to make themselves bust. Yeah, that's true. And that's what we are currently. But as we are going through, eventually, when we, well, because eventually, when we make it when you can draw more cards, I think of the right way to word this. Because if we do allow you to customize your deck, right, and let you be able to add and subtract however many of each card you want to add and subtract, it will create the potential issue for people just adding a bunch of aces. So yeah, I think ultimately we're just gonna have to figure out the best way to get around that, to limit it in some way or another. Otherwise, yes, people are 100% gonna just cheese the whole thing, and it'll be fun, but it will be a little broken. So we'll have to figure out the best way to do that. But for now, we'll let people do whatever they will. All right, so card 1. No, I think it'll function the exact same way. No, it will be like that. Oh, that's right. Well, no. We'll make sure to get all of this figured out. Yeah, because general idea is when the monster draws, they'll put a card here in this first spot, and then it will move over each time they draw. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's what we got. That is what we have got. If there's absolutely no reason to bust, then auto stop them at 21. If there's a mechanic where the player wants to bust from a 21, then it makes sense. Yeah, and there's not really a mechanic that where it would benefit you from busting, right? So yeah, maybe having something built in to kind of like, if you are at 21, not necessarily if you are below, but like if you are at 21 specifically, then be like, don't draw any, like we're gonna keep you from drawing more because there is no reason for you to bust, and so like it would just stop people from accidentally drawing more past 21. Mikor says it's a roguelite, right? So have it be that the people each run collect more and more cards, and that's the pile they can add cards from, up to the amount they found. Yeah, probably something like that. I'm still trying to decide exactly where you're gonna get the cards from. If it's going to be something that you find them as you're going through the dungeon, I feel like could be a good time. Something else we could potentially do is, and this is where I'm like, I don't want to go too crazy, but another thought that I had is we could do it something almost kind of like a, if you've ever played like Escape from Tarkov or Dark and Darker or something like that, where it's like the, you know, where you basically like make your loadout and then you go into the map, into the dungeon or whatever. So the idea would be you would select the cards you're taking into the dungeon, and any card, like if you die in the dungeon, you lose all of those cards. And then you have to go back to town, and then you have to rebuild your deck, but then you've lost all those cards. So then as you're playing the game, you're collecting cards, and you know, like once you run out of cards, it reshuffles and all of that fun stuff. But yeah, that way it's kind of like, so you're going through the dungeon, you're finding more cards to like go further, but then, I don't know, once you reach the end of your cards, you're just kind of like, well, I have no more ways to attack or something like that. So, let's see. Nick says maybe add a draw card limit to 10 cards so it's impossible to cheese with aces. The max with aces would be 20 points. Yeah, we would have to figure out something to keep the cheesing from happening. The Big D says, yeah, I need some sort of lore thing as to why you're using playing cards specifically. In other card games, they represent attacks and actions, but this is playing cards specifically. Yeah, and the general idea, which is kind of why, you know, for anyone who was here before, kind of the idea that I had for this game, I originally called it Black Mage Jack, was that you were playing a black mage named Jack, and, you know, he had like cursed the area you were going into where you had to play by his rules. That was like the whole thing. And his rules were you had to play Blackjack. Yeah, so I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it's going to play into the whole story. Kind of general idea is maybe in this world, magic is something that not necessarily people are born with, but it is something that, like, the cards almost kind of act as like a magic wand, right? And so using them in certain patterns, like, you know, drawing up to 21, allows you to use different elements. So that's kind of like the general idea that I've got right now, is that's kind of the purpose of the cards, is like they are what you are channeling the elements through. But yeah, we'll I don't know. Well, it'll probably get refined as development keeps going on. So Trey says, what's the first boss? There is none right now. We started making a boss last week and it did not work out well. Yeah, it didn't work out super well, which is why we're kind of tonight redoing all of this UI, is so that we can make it more, the combat is more centric to the actual gameplay itself. So yeah, so we don't have any specific boss right now yet, but eventually we will make it. Using them as wands/scrolls works, yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of like, I mean, that's like been the one thing that I've thought of so far is, yeah, like in this world, magic is like channeled through like magical cards, and the magical cards just happen to be face cards. So, you know, maybe not the most original idea, but yeah, something like that where, yeah, it's like the cards channel elemental things like spells, and it's the people who have learned to use them in specific ways to actually be able to channel that kind of energy. You've been cursed, you feel something in your pocket, it's playing cards? Something like this on creating a save. Yeah, something like that as well. Yeah, you're cursed with the magical playing cards. Essentially wards like Chinese talismans. Yeah, exactly. Bulb Turtle, hello. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you were here. We're having a great conversation. We're doing some great stuff, and yeah, it's a good time. We're doing some good stuff, reworking the UI and all that fun stuff. Trey says, my loot after a defeat: Dizzy card for 1 turn, and Bash card attack. Yeah, well, action cards like that probably won't be as much in this game because they are specifically face cards that we're using, and so we're kind of having to use the actual designs of the face cards. We may add some type of, I don't know, specific action to some of the cards. I have thought, for example, like the water cards would be kind of linked to healing type spells potentially. So I don't know, we might have something like that. For now, that's what we got. Okay, so I don't think we need anything like that. We can hide that. So over here, the other thing is we need to show the attack, the HP bar, and we need to figure out something to show the draw power. Something to show the draw power. I mean, I liked the idea of this whole square thing here, but there's not really going to be room here, I don't think. I do not think so. Big D says, their cards, because they can be thrown, are cheap and very portable. Used to use wooden blocks and even scrolls, but that's a lot of paper and weight. So there we go. It's writing itself, basically. Yeah. See, because like, so when I first had that idea in my head, I was kind of not a fan. I was like, it's not great. But now that we're like actually kind of talking about it and kind of going back and forth with each other, I'm actually kind of liking it more and more that we talk about it. Trey, don't be sad. Don't be sad about that. It'll be a good thing. Maybe eventually we will make a game with cards that have actions like that. All right. So, for the middle piece, middle piece, we'll just call it that for now. Yeah, we don't really have a whole lot of room in here. So I'm trying to decide what would be best. I don't think doing the little square thing would work. That just uses up a lot of space. It's not as tall as the cards, so it does kind of feel weird. I don't know. Let's draw it out and see what it looks like. If we kind of kept with this same design, where we've got that, then the inside, and on the inside, something more like this. You. And kind of the idea was we would do something like split it up the center. Well, not the center, but like split it from bottom left to top right. Kind of the general idea. Okay, something weird happened. Of course. I went one too far over. All right, that's fine. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do that, move it over one, and then over here, we're just gonna fill that in. Call it good. All right, there we go. There we go. That is better. Man, Robbie, I don't know if you're still here, but the bits. So on the other side of my monitor, I've got like all of like my chat and stuff like that, and it's got the activity feed, which has all of the bits that you donated, and they're like all like twirling and sparkling and stuff like that. So every now and then when they twirl, it'll like catch my eye, and I think that someone chatted, so I'll look over and it's like, oh, never mind. But I do appreciate it. I appreciate it 100%. All right, let's see. Big D says the number of sigils made the cards stronger and more effective. Plus, originally they weren't playing cards and had the sigils scattered on the cards. But younger wizards began making a game of it long ago, and hence it became tradition. Very nice. I like it. I like it. Then Robbie says, I'm still here, just watching. No worries at all. That's totally fine. Yeah, I'm glad you're still here. No, you don't feel like you have to be chatting the whole time. No, sorry, I wasn't meaning like, oh, I hope still here because I haven't heard anything. No, I was gonna make that comment, but then I was like, I don't know, if you're not here, then maybe, I don't know. Axel says, sorry, I haven't been active. I'm actively blasted. You're good.
Thanks for the follow,
oh
Nick_Mixo.
Nick Mixo? I'm telling you, that freaking text-to-speech is going to just throw me off so much. And, yeah. I'm pretty sure the first is Nick, though. So, Nick Mixo is what I'm gonna say. If that is wrong, let me know. But thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, no, Axel, you are totally fine. I get it. No, and you don't ever have to feel like don't anyone ever feel like you have to be chatting. That is not a requirement here. If you just want to tune in and watch, I am 100% fine with that. Yeah, don't ever feel like I'm gonna be like, oh man, I'm sad you're not here. Like, I know that there are other things going on, so you're good. You're good. Don't ever feel like that. Let's see. Axel says, I'm also working on your song. I hope it's not Big Suck. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic, and I am super excited to hear it. So, yeah, I'm sure you're doing great. Don't ever feel like it's not going to be good. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fantastic, and I am excited to listen to it either way. And I will be very transparent and open with you. So, don't feel like if I just say, oh, it's great, it's because I'm like, I am legitimately very excited to hear the song. So, yes, 100%. TK Gamers, hello, welcome, glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. It's been a hot minute. I am still very, very sad that we had to switch to evenings for me, because I know that it makes it very difficult for you to join. So, yeah, hopefully one day, eventually, we can switch it up and be able to make it so that I'm able to stream in the mornings again, but for now, it's unfortunate. TK Gamer says, man, I have been missing streams lately. Yeah, it has been sad to not have you here. I will say that. It was sad already to go from being able to have you in basically every single stream to hardly any, but like, I get it, you know, life is life, and it happens, and you know, it wasn't your or my decision to have it be that I had to stream in the evenings, so. Axel always test the music song. Yes, gotta test it, gotta make sure. I just posted a song, so I have about a week to make it good. Oh man, you did? I have not looked that up. I'm gonna have to look that up after the stream. Oh, did you like just post it like today, or like just now? Nick says, I will be less on streams in May because the 8th grade exams. That is completely understandable. If you've got stuff going on, I don't ever feel like you have to be here. Like, I get that life is busy, and there are many more things that are much more important. So yeah, don't ever feel like just because I'm going live, you're like, oh, I have to go, or else it's gonna, like, I will obviously be sad if there's ever people not here, but I know that life is life, and you've got things going on, and so yeah, that is completely understandable. So good luck with your exams, though. I hope that hope it's not too bad for you. I used to watch you at 11 p.m. and now I watch 11 a.m. Yeah, I did. The stream did kind of just like swap like that, didn't it? It basically went from mornings for you to, evenings for you to mornings, and it was mornings for me, and now it's evenings. So good times. You know what? Maybe that's actually not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. I don't know. Should we make it smaller, though? I almost feel like we should make the box slightly smaller. Give it like a little bit more space in between the cards. Let's see. I hope my boss fight looks good. It will. I promise. It will. Play it on stream, my guy. It's a good song. Like yesterday or whatever. Oh, it's Starlight. Maybe I did listen to that one already. We're gonna pull it up. We are gonna pull it up. I just realized I don't have... Okay, there we go. All right. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Okay, yes. Yep. All right, everyone. We're ready for this? Get this pulled up. Here we go. We've got Starlight by Axel. Let's pause that. Let's come over to desktop audio, unmute that. And going to... Go to properties, desktop audio, track 1. That up to there. All right, everyone, we're ready? Here we go. Oh. And Axel, stuff is good. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Axel. I feel like everything you make just sounds super good. I know I said it once, and I will say it again. I need to download your music so that I can play it on stream, because I feel like this is some really good stuff. Absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Messing this thing up bad. Oh, wait. What did I do? Oh, okay, the height is off. That's why. There we go. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Axel, you are a wizard. Let's see. Trey says, "You sure?" Yes, 100% sure. It'll be a good one. Actually, I hope it's good. So do I. It's great. Yeah, absolutely. It is fantastic. Never said it was bad. I just said it was very overcritical of my own music, and that is totally understandable. I feel like most people are hypercritical of what they create. So yeah, do not ever be worried about that, because everyone feels that. So honestly, it's probably a good thing to be hypercritical, because that means you're just going to work super hard and push yourself to be even better. And obviously, it paid off. So you were doing absolutely fantastic work. Let's see. I can send you audio files over email or whatever. Caps lock. Oops. Yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to send them over that way, but I can also just like get them from YouTube. So either way, whichever way you would like to go. I have called Kaleidoscope of Light. Like, nice. Okay. I don't really like it because I like lo-fi more. Fair enough. What is your plan of making my character? Don't really have too much planned yet, just because right now, well, gotta finish recreating the combat system for the Blackjack stuff, and then after that we need to focus on actually getting the mini bosses working, like from an actual Blackjack perspective, And then after that, we can probably start going in and, you know, creating more stuff as far as how to create these mini bosses and adding things like you were saying, you know, the extra criteria of breaking pillars and things like that, if we were to add something like that. Yeah, nothing specific for you yet, unfortunately. But we will get there. We will get there. Let's see, Tiki Gamers, I was just going to say next time, play it on your stream. I'm excited for today. There's a video that will premiere today relating to my engine. It is titled something big is happening in G development. Ooh, very nice. Do you have any inkling on what it might be? Like I'm guessing, I'm assuming that they've teased it a bit, yeah? So you might have an idea of what they're announcing? Or is it like completely unknown, gonna be something absolutely insane that just no one sees coming? Let's see, I had my friend Nat sing it. I think I remember you saying something about that, but now I can't remember. If you can get them from YouTube, that's easier. And that's easier, just do that. Yeah, either way, I mean, because yeah, again, like if you've got the files, you just wanted to send them to me, I think probably even in Discord, you could just send them over a private message. That would work too. So whatever is easier for you is good for me. You have my explicit permission. Well, Axel, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, honestly, the music you're making, I feel like makes absolutely fantastic streaming music. At least in terms of like, you know, the vibe of my stream anyway, where it's like the lo-fi, those super chill vibes. I feel like works pretty well for something like that. So Trey says, so I'm a mini boss or a boss? Well, I say mini boss. So the boss, when I say boss, I think of like the big ending person, like the end game boss. And then the mini bosses are the ones all in between, you know, in between, like at the end of levels or like during the levels and things like that. It's like a mini boss on the stage that you're playing is kind of what I'm thinking. So yeah. It's not necessarily a small insignificant thing, but yeah, just something that's you know, not like the big end of the game boss. That's what I think when I think boss. All right, next up is I think we'll probably do the attack and the HP. We need both of those. Those are going to fit in this area here. Yeah. So the attack itself, we're gonna do player attack. This is gonna be something that is this size, -4. Here, -8. Nope, -4. There we go. Yes, so in that area. Cool. I'm gonna say you have a width of 100. I think that'll be good. Width of 100. Let's go with a slightly lighter gray. Perfect. And we'll probably stick with just the same. Yeah, let's just stick with the same tried and true design, which is, well, this. So you kind of go in there and you get the lighter gray on the edges. Ooh. And then the yellow. There we go. Let's see. Tiki Gamer says, 1, it may be a 3D editor, or 2, it may be another gem. That's what our community is saying. GDevelop didn't give us any hints, but they've been talking about it for a while. Well, hopefully it's a good thing, whatever it may be. That would be pretty cool if they made it so you could make 3D things in GDevelop. That would be really cool. I mean, a gem would be all right, but I don't know. I feel like if they're hyping it up to be like this big, huge announcement, I guess jams can be a pretty big thing, especially when there's like good prizes involved. Or like if it's a really fun theme or something like that. I guess maybe if you were to hype up a jam, then yeah, that could be a good enough. But I'm also kind of like, well, if you're going to create this huge hype and you're just like, we're doing a jam, I feel like it kind of pales in comparison to being like, you can make 3D games in here now. So I don't know. Well, whatever it is, hopefully it is absolutely fantastic. Fingers crossed. We can still make 3D games, but we make it for a 2D edition like what they're doing now. Okay, so you can make 3D games, it's just not necessarily meant to do that? Is that kind of what you're meaning? Trey says, boss idea, health is 10,000 health. That would be a crazy amount of health. So I don't know if I'd necessarily go that high on the health, just because I'm trying to keep some of the numbers a little bit lower, and you know, just to keep it from getting a little bit too out of hand. I mean, there may be a time when we do something like that. Like we've kind of talked about maybe putting a mimic in the game where they look like a really valuable item. And then, you know, every now and then it's an actual valuable item, but then for the most part, it's a mimic. And so it turns into a monster when you go to pick it up. We make it in a 2D editor like how you are making it now. Sorry for the typo. Okay, no, you're totally fine. No need to apologize at all. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so you're able to make it. You just kind of have to like jump through some hoops to get there. So yeah, I think that would be pretty awesome if they actually announced it being like them creating a full-on 3D engine, or, you know, making it so you at least could create 3D projects in that engine. Either way, it would be pretty fantastic. Whew. Excuse me. Man, I am just all sorts of yawny tonight. Why would that be the case? 20. Why is that 49? What is happening here? Why do I keep getting off on pixels? It's like, you are 192. Wait. Okay, so you're 20. Why are you 9? You should not be 9. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You should be 8. So from here to there should be 52, which means if we come over here and we say, you need to move down 1, which means you would move down 1, and then we moved in. Okay, then 20, 10. Whew, okay, there we go. You are 32, 64, 32. There we go. Fantastic. Sheesh. Man, I am on a struggle bus tonight, I am telling you. Oh man, let's see. TK Gamers, I have 1.1k something on the bottom of my screen. What is that? What? You have 1.1k something on the bottom of your screen. What is that? I don't know. What is that? The big D says, why do I keep getting off pixels? I know. I just say the darndest things, don't I? Hey, sometimes I say things without thinking about them, and then they come out of my mouth, and I'm like, yep, that's where I'm going to leave that. It's the stream currency. What do I do with that? Oh, you mean like the channel points? That's what you're meaning. I don't know if there's really anything that great to do right now, mostly because I haven't set up anything to do with them. So they're all very generic and basic things like highlighting a message, unlocking a random sub emote, sending a message in sub only mode, choosing an emote to unlock, and modifying a single emote. So obviously highlighting a message, you don't really need to worry about that because it's like I see basically everything that comes through, so I'm like, you don't really need to highlight your message. Unlocking a random sub emote, I don't think I have sub emotes right now, so there's nothing really to unlock. Sending a message in sub only mode, I'm not running in sub only mode, so you're good there. So yeah, you can make your message highlighted. Well, there we go. You highlighted your message. Absolutely fantastic. Look, Ma, I'm in the chat. All right, you two. All right. Well, there we go. That's what you can do with them as of right now. You can highlight your message, and it doesn't highlight up there. So it just highlights in the actual Twitch stream. So, you know, to each their own, I suppose. Let's see. Axel says, are you doing my ether dice idea with the mimic though? Maybe. With the mimic, it's, I don't know. So with the mimic, I feel like it's going to be a random dice. So it could be red, blue, green, or purple. Or it could be the ether dice. So it might be something like that, which may be even more of a reason for someone to click on it and be like, ooh, you know, this is one of the ether dice, and they click on it and that's a mimic. So it might apply there. And if not there, it is definitely going to be in the game, because I absolutely love that idea of having the ether dice. YU9, you should be Drake, probably. Room idea, there should be shops. We do actually have a shop room. I think we went over this before you were here, Trey, so if you would like, I will show you really quick. So right now we have what is called the safe room here. So in the safe room, you've got a shop, and you can buy dice, you can sell dice, and yeah, and then with those dice, you can come in here to your spell book, and you can upgrade your spells and make them do more damage, and all that fun stuff. It's a good time. So yeah, so we do have that in there. We will be needing to find a way to make it kind of match with the rest of the game a little bit better, because right now it's a little bit not great. It's good, but not great. And eventually we do want it to be great. Let's see, TK Gamers. Oh damn, can I click it? Damn, I feel old now. Yeah, it's I don't know. The highlighted message, I can understand why it would be needed in other chat rooms where there's just way too many people chatting all at the same time. I could see that. I could see it. But yeah, you are safe here. You are safe here. You do not need to highlight your message. I will see your message and I will respond. I promise. I promise. X says, I think there's going to be shops outside the tomb. Yes, yeah. That's probably what it's eventually going to switch to, is, yeah, the shops will be in the town when you're outside of the tomb. And so, yeah, there will be like a handful of them. So there will probably be a dice shop. There will be a card shop. And I'm not sure what other shops outside of that. So yeah, so the shops will probably be what will take over that screen, and it'll be broken out just a little bit more. Yeah, that's kind of the general idea. All right, so enemy attack. Oh my gosh. It's getting to be that time of night, everybody. It is getting to be that time of night. Starting to slow down and mix things up on accident. Not great. Not a great time of night. No, no. Let's see, Tiki Gamers. Hey, when you grow more audience, do some raids to other game devs. Yeah, and I need to actually be doing that. I need to actually do that. I don't know. I feel like every time I've tried to raid someone actually no, literally every time I've tried to raid someone, it has never worked because I just like they always have their rules set specific, like, because here's the thing, on Twitch you have to set specific raid rules. I think by default they're off by like, well, by default they're off by default, and you have to actually go in and enable them, but there are also rules that you have to configure. So you can say things like, hey, I don't want to be raided by anyone with less than X amount of followers. I don't want to be raided by anyone with less than X amount of active watchers, like concurrent viewers, and things like that. And I feel like basically everybody has their rules set. At least anyone that I've tried to raid either has not turned on raiding, or they have their rules set so high that, like, I have such few followers and watchers and things like that, they're just like, I don't want your raid. And it's like, okay, fine, fine. So anyway, that is why, but I do need to actually give it a try. Maybe we can give it a try this time. We will give it a try tonight and see what happens. Excuse me. You said you think about joining the RPG Game Maker Jam. What did you decide? I have not actually even opened up that page. I need to do that. I need to look into it and see if it's something that we would want to take a break from this game on, and yeah, give that a shot. Yeah, I do need to look at that. Let's see. Seeing you edit the art, it's fake pixel art. It kind of is technically. Yes, it technically is. It can. So technically the game is 380 by 180 pixels, right? So this is technically the size that I am working with it, which is technically each pixel is a pixel. But I'm then upscaling it to 1280 by 720 so that it looks better. And yeah, so technically it is fake pixel art. I will say that it is technically fake, but I am still keeping pixel perfect so that every single pixel is 4 pixels, and I do not go off of that grid. I'm like, I have to stick with the 4 pixel grid. I have to. So it is technically fake pixel art, but I am still sticking with the grid, and I'm like, everything has to be, it's like, I can't just come in here and be like, oh, you know, this text, I need it to be just a little bit bigger, so I'm going to set it to be that. It's like, well, no, that's no longer sticking with the pixel grid restrictions that I'm stuck to. So, yeah. So I do make sure that I stick with them at least. So there we go. Nick says, gotta go, school and stuff. Good luck, Nick. Good luck with your school and stuff. Hopefully it all goes well. Yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, we're going to be getting off here in a few minutes anyway. It is getting late and I am very tired. So, yeah. So no worries at all. It is the rule of my life. Yeah, you gotta stick with the pixel grids, the pixel coordinates. All right, so I think the last thing we have, the last major thing we have, is the enemy HP bar. Go. And if we do something like, oh, there we go. It's like, what is happening? That would do it. I haven't actually selected the layer. Go. Grab this, and we retransform over to here. Fantastic. Okay. Center the 21, but let's not make this 21 because I feel like everything here is 21. Let's just do like 0 and 0. There we go. That's better. Say you are 10 HP. So we've got the no. Enemy HP bar. There we go. Create a new layer and call this one filler. Let's grab that red. So the question is now, though, do we want to go... Well, here, I'll show you what I'm thinking. Fill that, the red, right? Okay, so we've got that. Or we do something like this. Say you to you. You to you. You. So we could have the filler be like that or like that. I'm kind of thinking this one. Have it go all the way. Robert says, all right, man, I gotta go. You're welcome for everything. You're a good person. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you. God bless you and your family. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Okay, I will too collaborate on something in the future, a game jam or something. Good night. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would love it. So yeah, thank you so much. I sincerely and truly do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Your kindness and your generosity is absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to have you here on the stream. Hope you enjoyed, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you in some future streams. So have a great night, and we'll see you on another stream. T Gamer says, everywhere I go, I only see game development, Twitch, YouTube, my news feed, etc. Which means you're looking up game dev stuff way too much. Which maybe not a bad thing. Not the worst thing in the world. I do have that happen a lot too. I see a lot of game dev stuff that pops up in like, my Google news feed and on all over social media and YouTube as well. I see it all over there as well. So, which is good. I like seeing that kind of stuff. So I'm fine with it. But yeah, I mean, all it takes is just a few searches on a few different platforms and bam, that is what they think you want. And that is what they're going to feed you. All right. So how are we doing? We've got, whoops. So we've got the card piles. We've got the drawn, the hands. We've got the hands. We've got the draw piles. We've got your hand. We've got the draw amount here. We've got the attack. We've got the HP. I think we have everything that we would want for here. Yeah, I think so. So the only thing would be we could probably loosen this up a bit, make it a bit not so cramped, right? Because right now it's just all so, well, it's cramped. The problem is that I wish that it wasn't so cramped feeling horizontally. I want it to be less cramped horizontally, but we don't have a lot of horizontal room to work. We have a lot of vertical room, but not so much horizontal. Which, like, it's fine. The hope was that we could, make it so that it would be less cramped feeling though, but like, again, it's not. I'm trying to think of anything we could put up higher. Anything to maybe relieve this stuff here, like the cards, but I don't think that's possible, I also, now that it's kind of finished, I don't know how I feel about this center square thing. just doesn't seem to feel right. I don't know. Maybe I'm being weird. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. What do we think? What are we thinking of this redesign? Do we feel like it's going to be a better combat area than it was before? I don't know. TK Gamer says, I don't know how to use RPG Maker. If I did, I would have tried to collab with you too. I mean, that would be absolutely a blast. But yeah, I mean, and RPG Maker you can learn pretty quickly. But yeah, trying to learn it this close to the start of the jam might be a little bit much. Switch back and forth with the styles. Oh, well, how am I going to show the current style? Guess we come over here. Nope, we need to come over to the main menu. New game, yada, yada, yada. Next, here we go. Okay, so we got that. Then if I come over here. Okay, so that's the current style. That's the new style. Wonder. Okay, there we go. So old style, new style. Old style, new style. Did the enemy draw cards before? They did not, no. And the reason why is because originally when I started making the game, the idea was just to have it be when it spawned a monster, it would basically say, here's the monster's armor class. And that's all it would be. It was just like, here you go. Yep, that's the armor class. But then when we were trying to make the mini bosses, where they were actually playing Blackjack against you, trying to figure out where they were going to draw their cards and have it show, that was like the biggest issue we were running into to make it actually look good. And so, you know, we were having issues where like we were trying to draw cards for the monster and we were putting them here, but it just wasn't looking good at all. Like, not at all. So yeah, so then the idea is the monsters would now start drawing cards and then they would, you know, go here. So yeah. So old style, new style. So in terms of understanding where things are, so you got things like the green draw button, that is going to be just you click the deck of cards here and it draws a card. I'm trying to decide. I think probably the attack button will get replaced by you just tap your hand. It's kind of like, you know, you're like, yep, I'm good. This is the hand that I'm sticking with. Let's see, move the deck down and put the number above it. Ooh, all right. Let's take a look. Here we go. Okay, so with the player card area, the deck numbers, there we go. Okay, so we'll move the deck down to here. Go. This moves up to here. And then we can also move the monster card area. Move the deck down to here. I think I do kind of like that a bit more, having the deck down lower. Yeah. What's the black space between the room and the cards? Right now, nothing. That's just how much blank space we have now. Because before, Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really make sense here. Before we had, let's see, how would I, oh crap, oh wait, no, I think I still have, yes. Okay, so if I come in here and we do, oh wait, no, I think I got rid of that. No, Dungeon UI, there we go. All right, so we're gonna replace that. Paste, actually no, Dungeon UI. Say old, paste it. Come over here, we're going to refresh that. So yeah, so the old thing, it used to all be sectioned out, right? In these like little mini windows. And so having all this blank space here just kind of, well, there wasn't blank space because it was like these little mini windows, right? And so like it just kind of made sense. But now that I don't have those mini windows, I'm kind of like, okay, well, now we just have a bunch of blank space here. So trying to decide exactly what would go here. We could move the room down. That is something we could do. I don't know. Don't really know what we're gonna do with that. And that's where I was kind of saying, like, it seems like we have a lot of space now vertically to work with. You know, we've got a lot of space up here where we could move some stuff up. But I'm like, it's not necessarily the vertical space that's a problem. It's the horizontal space that everything just kind of feels so crammed. Yeah. Big D says, what are the numbers to the left and right of the HP bar? So this is going to be your attack, how much damage you are going to be doing compared to how much damage the monster is going to be doing. Probably doesn't look the best like that. I think when I was concepting it out, I had like the attack 3, attack 2, so it actually told you what the attack was going, like, so you knew that was going to be the attack. So may need to kind of swap that out a bit, change it up a bit. Tiki Gamer says, I feel like it's okay, just like the old Pokemon games. Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's okay. There's definitely things that I'm like, it can be better. And so I'm trying to figure out, and maybe we probably just need to like call it here. I'll walk away for a day and then come back and be like, okay, what could be better? So Big D says, how will you know what elements are in your hand? Yeah, and that's kind of the big issue is there's not really a way to know. Not really a way to know. So what we may do, we may do something like this, where we will push the HP bar up a bit, and then kind of utilize a bit more of this space, and do something like, let's do this in the concept actually. So we're gonna do something like, so we already know, cancel. We already know if we come over here to, so yeah, so concept, we just need to basically grab this, a free transform. Let's just make that a bit shorter. Close enough. So if we take all of this, move you up to there. I think general idea is kind of, so combat, monster name will move back up to there. We'll have to figure out somewhere to put it on here, but yeah, so kind of general idea might be something like this, whereas if we raise this up, and instead of saying something like attack, we did something like this, where we basically, I don't know, had like red, green, purple, blue. something like that. And then you would basically be like 2. What's that? Zero, 1, 0. Maybe not. I think in my head, I was like, I don't know, something like this. And now I'm actually getting it down and I'm like, maybe not. Yeah, so you'd have something like that to like show you how much of each you are doing, and then it would like show your total attack power. No, I feel like that just feels too complicated and weird. But we could do something like, hear me out. I don't know, something like this, maybe? I don't know. No, this is just weird. Yep, never mind. Okay, well, I don't know, but something in like that realm where there would be some kind of, I don't know, elemental chart that's like showing you what it might be. I don't know. Oh, Axel, I hope you haven't left yet. I am so sorry. Good luck. Hope to see you in the next stream. Have a great evening. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully you haven't gone before I could have said farewell. I feel like I am always missing messages, especially important ones like, well, gotta go, and then I just completely miss it until it's too late. So, okay. Oh yeah, no, that's totally fine. It is very late. I definitely need to throw in the towel as well. Yeah, I think what's gonna be best is we're gonna step away from this for a day, because you know, no stream tomorrow, so we're gonna step away from it for a day. I'm gonna let it kind of just be in my mind for a little bit, and then when we come back, we will take another look at it and see what we need to add, what we need to change, and then we just need to implement it. So I feel like even though the first like hour and a half was not great because we went through and we were like redesigning this thing based specifically off of this concept, and we were going to change everything, and we eventually scrapped it because I'm like, you know what? That's absolutely a terrible idea. We're going to just change the combat area. We'll get it figured out. We will get it figured out. It's going to work, and yeah, it's going to be great. Once we get there. It's gonna be great once we get there. So anyway, cool. Well, to everyone who has been here, to everyone who has stuck around, I very much so appreciate it. I mean, I guess because other people have had to leave for very legitimate reasons. For anyone who has been here for any second of this stream, I appreciate it so very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of the follows. Oh my goodness. Mikori. That was how it's pronounced, right? Mikori and Nick Mixo. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. And then absolutely insane from Robbie, all of the bits, the gifted subs, just crazy. And then of course, Robbie also for the follow. I 100% appreciate that so much. But yeah, so this has been so much fun. Thank you everyone so much for being here, for chatting, for hanging out. As always, it is just a blast. I absolutely love doing this. So, Devious Oatmeal, the Big D, mind sending me a 1-to-1 image of this for me to edit. Yeah, absolutely. I can even just put this on. Let's see. Are you on the Discord? I'm trying to remember. If you are, that would make it very easy. If not, that's totally fine too. Well, there we go. Yes, I will DM this to you, and yeah, that way you've got it if you wanted to kind of mess around with it and just kind of see what you might be able to work out. Because yeah, your creative and design skills are so much better than mine. Mine are serviceable, but I am definitely no professional. So anyway, yeah, absolutely, I will send that over. So anyway, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging out, for chatting, for anything and everything. If you were here, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll be here same time, same place on Tuesday. So not tomorrow. Tomorrow I will not be streaming, but the day after that we will be back at it. And yeah, should be a good time. So thank you all for being here, TK Gamers. Thank you. We'll see you then. And yeah, take care. Hope everyone has a great evening, great afternoon, or great morning, wherever you may be in this world. And we'll see you all next time. So farewell and good luck. Goodbye. Yep. That's my sign. Okay, bye.